What's going on, Matt? It's been a minute, but good to see you again. There was another really exciting week in the Pro Chess League, and it really doesn't cease to disappoint because there are so many upsets, so many incredible players. There are even some free agent pickups that we're going to have to get into a little bit. And yeah, a lot of drama. So excited to bring folks another edition of the Pro Chess League Checkout Show.
What's up, guys? Yeah, I'm here. What's going on, guys? Good to be on the show. First time. Excited.
First time first time call, long time listener. Real pleasure to have you on, honestly. I know Deepak as well, actually, Matt. We've seen each other at tournaments for
Saw each other in Switzerland too. I was like, wait.
yeah. We've seen each other at tournaments for basically 20 years. So it's yes, actually. I think we have.
Chess league, but not in a tournament, right?
I feel like we must have played each other at some point. Like I know we actually, I know the last time we played. I know the last time we played.
And you were in North Carolina and I was in Georgia.
And we were playing in the US Chess League. We were playing in the US Chess League, 4 teams, and Deepak was playing for the Georgia team. What was the Georgia team? Do you remember?
ATL Kings, I think.
Yes, the Atlanta Kings.
Yeah, there it is.
And I was a member, as you know, we've talked about on the show before, of at the time the Carolina Cobras. And I actually do remember that game loosely. I think I under promoted to a rook at some point, kind of just to be like honestly, just to kind of be like a smart ass. But it was a fun game. It was an interesting game.
For sure. Yeah.
Deepak is super talented in his own right, chess wise, and I've heard about his boxing interest and passion as well. But I remember you being an MMA man, if I remember correctly.
So I watch a lot of UFC and I do jujitsu, but I mean, with a coach like Matt, of course, boxing is gonna be number one.
Fair enough. So I guess just I'm guessing you did check out the what was it, the Jake Paul fight this weekend? Were there thoughts there?
Talking about it. It's really interesting to actually see where he goes from here because he was undefeated, beating everyone. And it's the first time fighting a boxer under the age of 50. So it's a good test. It's like your first time in the open section, I would say. It's like, wow, it's not as easy as I thought. So I'm really curious to see where he goes from here.
So I'm going to be Deepak's, chess player translator here, because he actually gave a really great analogy there that I don't think everyone caught, which is it was the first time. It's like the first time you're in the open section. When you're playing in chess tournaments, a lot of the times, there are class sections that are like cap you, like if you're higher than a certain rating, you can't play in it. So it's like under 1600 or under 1800 or under 2000. But then there's the open section where anyone can play and the strongest players play in the open. So Deepak was basically saying, is basically like Jake Paul was finally in an open section where he could play or face any level of competition. And now that he's at that kind of facing that higher apex, there are going to be new challenges. So that analogy was subtle, but I appreciate it because it is kind of spot on. So I guess speaking of the open section, Matt, we do have a puzzle here to start to whet the palate, to start people off, actually. And so this is a white to move puzzle. It is a tricky one, so I apologize in advance if it does seem too tricky, but basically white to move, it's a sequence of moves that I almost want to give a hint, but I'm reluctant to do so. I feel like we might be able to do this. It's a sequence of moves that basically brings the hammer to the Black King. So let's maybe talk about some of the themes and then maybe work out. I'll maybe give you like a minute or so, Matt and Deepak, and we could talk around the different ideas. So I mean, when I start a puzzle, as I've mentioned before, the first thing I do is count the material. What's the score, right? So I look here and I say, well, Black has an extra knight that essentially, not an extra knight, extra bishop that White doesn't have. So Black is up a piece as far as the pieces are concerned. They're up 3 points there. And then as far as pawns are concerned, Black has an extra pawn because there are 1, 2, 3, 4 pawns, and White has 3 pawns. So Black is up 4 points. That's the score. Then I tend to look at unprotected pieces. So I look at this bishop is unprotected, this rook on d8 is unprotected, this queen on h5 is unprotected. Just a sanity check to know what's hanging, what might be available. And then,
real quick?
Please.
Like when you're down material, it kind of tells you the sense of urgency you need to have in the position. Like if it's equal, generally like you don't have to do anything super crazy. But if you're down, like you need to do something. You need to try to find some way to like checkmate, win a big amount of material. So really like what you can see from the material imbalance is like it tells you what sense of urgency you need to have in the position.
Exactly. And that sense of urgency does tell you exactly what you need. You need to move quickly. And so then in the spirit of moving quickly, all tactics are either checks, captures, or threats. And I like to look in that order for certain moves. So there are obviously a few different checks here, some fun stuff going on here. And I mean, there's knight b6 check, there's rook a1 check. And so you kind of figure out which one is more appealing. And then you try to go down a path. I will say my typical refrain is going 3-ply. It's saying my move, their move, and my response. I must confess, this is a problem where 3-ply won't cut it, Matt.
We got to think further out. Okay.
It's further out. Although I would contend by getting the first 3, you can find the next 3. It's kind of like that. Deepak, you kind of smiling. You think you got it right now?
Yes, actually, my theme for my YouTube video was like a girl worth fighting for. And this is a great example of this.
I like it. Okay, as a reminder, chat, if you want to participate in the puzzle of the day, highlight your answer in chat for an entry to win a diamond membership for chess.com. We give away diamond memberships every Checkout Show episode, and you can win one. All it takes is highlighting a message in chat with your channel points. So we have about another 30 seconds to study this puzzle before we move on. If you do find what you think is the answer or the sequence, highlight it in chat. And you can highlight any message in chat. But if you do highlight the correct answer in chat, we'll give you extra entries to win that membership.
And I mean, this is a pretty one. This is like a Mona Lisa of chess tactics. I must say, it's a gorgeous finish.
This actually seems like a Kassa Korley type of game. Like me and my friends, we talk, like when we see Kassa's games, they're so unique. They're like masterpieces of art. I mean, okay, not all the time, of course, but definitely some of your highlights are like that. So this game looks like it could be a Kassa Korley type of game.
I'm blushing. You see, I'm getting you right around my face. I'm totally blushing.
A little bromance going on with this Checkout Show. I love it.
It's funny what some people will say about your games and what you'll say about them. But one thing I must say that is super cool about it doesn't happen enough in chess, but is giving other people their flowers, and we do this. We do that on this show. When we had Josephine Heinemann last week, and we spoke about her beating Nakamura and the strength and photo fortitude it took to basically rescue a difficult position and turn into a winning position. That's something where like we watch all these amazing games and we watch them and we're like, wow, that was cool. But so rare do you actually get to tell people that, or you have the opportunity, but you might not actually do it. So I appreciate you for even pointing that out, because we are artists in a way. We are basically creating something every time we, play a game or step out on that floor or whatever, analogy you want to make. So I really do appreciate that.
And also, if we bring it up, we kind of seem like we're bragging about it. So it's way nicer for someone else to bring it up because then it's just a
True. All right. So, Matt, this was a tricky one. So if you're still stuck on this, I totally understand. I think we can work through this together, though, because it's actually all checks. And so basically, we want to figure out what type of checks do we have here, and how can we kind of get the momentum going. And right now, the king actually doesn't have a lot of real estate, but typically when you're deciding over checks, one thing that actually is really helpful is trying to make the move that's going to give them fewer options. Usually you're on the right track basically when they have fewer options. So if I was to choose between knight b6 check or rook a1 check, I'm actually going to choose rook a1 check because the king actually only has one square to go to, going to b8. Whereas if I played knight b6 check, the king has two squares to go to. So that's actually a really helpful thing sometimes, sort of narrowing the path that your opponent has. So the first move is actually rook a1 check. Now the king only has that one move going king b8. And now, again, it's tricky because I did say it's all checks. And it's kind of like, what are the options here? Which one kind of poses black problems but gives black less options? Deepak, what do you got for me?
For the next move?
Yes, sir.
I mean, here, we want to get the queen involved, right? That's the big thing. If we can get the queen to a7, that would be the dream. Some kind of checkmate with the queen surrounding this king. So how do we try to get that involved is what I would try to do.
And you know what to do, so you can drop the anvil right now.
All right, so let's go ahead and go rook a8 check. Just clear some way for this lovely queen to get inside.
So this is the gorgeous thematic thing that's going to basically happen in a moment. Is this queen basically needs to get involved, and it's just kind of buried by its own pieces. The king can't step up in the pocket a la Tom Brady, because what happens after king c7, Matt?
So after king c7, we have check. We push the pawn.
And it's not just a check, baby. It is a checkmate, baby. So
word, right?
It's a huge problem. So basically, again, we're narrowing the options. So black has to capture that rook. Now we bring in rook number 2. Rook a1 check. Again, the king is forced to the corner, or forced to the side, king b8. And then we do the same thing, rook a8. And it's all basically to migrate this queen around, basically. And the cruelty, the cruel part of it, basically, is after queen a1, king b8, this is the kind of visualization you kind of had to have at the beginning.
Yeah.
And Deepak had this visualization. He just had it. It's a product of doing a lot of puzzles, I think. Yeah. Because what he saw this mating pattern from afar, from a distance. What did you see?
Me?
Yeah, you.
So what I love about this puzzle is generally you want to go queen a7 and deliver the checkmate that way. Like, so I'm thinking like first I was thinking knight c6 and put the queen on and try to get the queen to a7. But then you start flipping around the move orders. Like when you do a lot of puzzles, you see like, just try everything. Try hitting it this way, try hitting it that way. And then I see queen a7 check first. And now he pretty much has to take. And now we can line up for just a beautiful finish.
Queen a7 check.
Take.
King takes a7.
Yeah. Knight c6. King a8.
Now hold
on. This is a double check. So let's explain what that means, how that works.
Double discovery. So normally when you're in check, you can capture, you can move away, or you can block. Well, if you're in double check and it's double discovery, you can't do both. You can't defend two checks at once like that. So that basically there's only one option, which is to run away. So that's basically the beautiful thing here, is that the king is compelled to move because there's a check here and there's a check here, both by the bishop and a knight. And there's actually only one square. The king goes to a8, and then Deepak finish us off.
So what I love about this position is I want to count the material before we make the last move. So even though you're down, like if you think about a fight, like you're down 9 rounds, if you win by knockout, it doesn't matter. You don't have to go to the judges. So here we have knight b6 checkmate. And basically this is like a knockout with like 30 seconds to go. Actually, last UFC, Brendan Allen, he got a submission with like 30 seconds to go or a minute to go. Boom. And I made some money off that fight. So I'm extra happy.
There we go, Deepak.
To finish off this beautiful position.
Yeah, and it's funny because if you actually do count the material, the way I always do that is I just cancel out the pieces that are there. So we can cancel out the knights and the bishop. We cancel out these. Basically, black is up 2 rooks, that's 10, a queen, that's 9, and another bishop. So that's 22. And an extra pawn. So 23 points.
Oh, and a pawn.
23, my boy right here.
So sick tactic. Now, the funny thing is, and again, this was super tricky, but I think the other thing, and the reason I wanted to show this is because a lot of times I constantly trying to say checks, captures, threats in that order when you look for moves. And a lot of times you eliminate the nonsensical moves because it just seems like a blunder. And so a lot of people would see knight c6 as a possibility or rook a8 as a possibility, but they'd automatically get rid of that or just rule that out basically because they're losing material. Whereas you always want to go 3-ply just to see if there's something further down the line. And this is a perfect example of that. So don't rule out a check just because it looks funny. Always go at least 1 or 2 more ply just to see what your next move would be after they make that move. Now, admittedly, you wouldn't be able to figure out the whole puzzle off of that, but it would have gotten the engine starting. It would have revved up the engine just a little bit. So, yeah.
So kind of a metaphor for life, like especially since I do a lot of things. Like when you hit that resistance, if you go just a little bit extra, you learn so much more about yourself and what you can do if you go past that resistance.
So true.
Outside
so
the comfort zone. Exactly right. That's where all the magic happens.
Exactly.
So true. So anyways, hopefully that was a good warm-up for us to get into some PCL games.
Love it. Great puzzle.
Yeah, let's get into it. So this week was another really crazy week in the PCL. And, as you well know, there are 16 teams, 8 matchups a week. And teams that are actually now losing, they're losing 2 matches in a row are in danger of getting knocked out because it's going to quickly go. The bottom teams in the league are actually not going to be able to advance in the coming weeks. So I think once some of the teams get to 3 losses, they're out. And so there are a lot of teams already kind of on the bubble, if you will, if I'm to take a college basketball metaphor here. And they kind of have to put up in this week and the next, or they're going to be eliminated. So a lot of teams looking to bounce back from 0-1 starts, other teams trying to build momentum from 1-0 starts, and we'll just jump right into it. So I did my best to curate positions that would fit the moments of these matches. And in this first position, it was from the match between the Croatia Bulldogs and the Berlin Bears. Now, we're familiar with the Berlin Bears, Matt, because we had Josephine Heinemann on last week, and she had that sensational upset, but the Bears actually had lost the match 7-9. And, if for folks that are at home keeping score, it's the first team to 8.5 that actually wins a match. So 7-9, they lost that match, and they really were hoping to bounce back in this one. Unfortunately, the Croatia Bulldogs beat the Berlin Bears 9-7 again, basically. So the Bears actually went down 7-9, another close one.
Go Dogs!
Unfortunate, but yeah, of course you're coming from Georgia, they gotta throw in the Bulldogs there.
Got to.
Yeah, shout out to the football team. I do see Georgia in the background there, and it says Man Cave too. Man Cave with the Georgia Bulldogs.
I'm a proud dog here. Yeah,
right.
I actually went to Georgia Tech, so we actually have some beef. It's like a rivalry where it's a rivalry for us, but for you guys, you're not even really.
Whatever. Yeah.
You got Alabama and other things to worry about.
You'd have something to say in basketball, though, right? Football, maybe not, but basketball, you got an argument here and there.
Basketball and baseball. Pretty competitive.
Like Georgia is so good at football, but at basketball they're just like pretty good, so it's closer. So that's why it's close.
Didn't Calvin Johnson go to Georgia Tech?
Yeah.
Thomas, dude, Chris Bosh. Like we got a couple names.
Also, shout out to my boy Harrison Butker. Went to Georgia Tech, holds every kicking record, and he went to Westminster. He was a kicker under me in high school.
No way. I have to go there. That's
and now he's winning Super Bowls. What happened to me?
I'm curious about our audience because I feel like part of our audience is like football. What is this football you speak of? This is
or they're thinking we're talking about soccer. We got an international audience here too. All right, let's get back to chess.
All right. So, anyways, this is a really critical position. one of the really key games in the match that kind of determined, that's kind of swung it. And here, white has a very clear advantage, is trying to convert their advantage. And essentially, their advantage lies in two places. I'm going to ask you, Matt, and Deepak, where are the two advantages that white has in this position? There are two clear cut, maybe there's even more that I'm missing, but there are two things I identify that make white's position better than black.
Yeah, I really like this bishop. Strong bishop, controlling more squares than the equivalent piece for black. This knight really isn't doing too much. A lot of these squares are already shut down. So I like the bishop advantage for the power piece. And we have this pass pawn. So it's kind of weak. It doesn't have many pieces protecting it. I mean, this bishop can slide in and protect it, but you know, I like that it doesn't have any pieces stopping it from advancing to promotion. So those are two things that come to mind for me.
You hit the nail on the head, like both times. Like the I'd say the bishop is better than the knight. I've said this in previous shows. I take a lot of flack for saying that sometimes, that in most cases the bishop is better than the knight. And essentially this is a passed pawn that's really dangerous and close to queening. And so kind of consolidating that advantage is really important. Now, before I get into the move, Deepak, did you have any other feedback here in the position? Am I reading this reasonably, or where are you at here?
I would say the other thing that I see is there's the weaknesses in the position are kind of black's too. A5 and D6, those seem like the soft spots in the position for white to try to hit. So true. An uphill battle for black here.
Yes, so true. Like when you have like pawns that are weak, like the structural integrity is compromised, and yeah, I mean, those are real targets that white can work with. And it's actually funny because those themes actually were the reasons that white managed to win this game. So check this out. So the first move, actually, I think, Matt, you were about to say this, was actually bishop d5. White very, very alertly decided to cement the bishop on d5 because it protects the e6 pawn. And any scenario where knight takes d5, c takes d5 happens is just a disaster, because then it's a protected passer on e6. And protected pass pawns, the further up the board they are, the more menacing they are. So black went king c7, and then white went rook a1. So again, now Deepak's theme comes into play. That pawn on a5 is a massive target and can't really easily be defended. And so black decided to make a decision I don't agree with, as they actually took on d5 to defend that a5 pawn. And it's funny because you have to ask yourself, what's more valuable, giving a protected passer that close to queening, or actually saving the or giving up the a5 pawn? I'd actually argue giving up the a5 pawn and not making this a protected passer is a thing, because here this is just too dangerous. The problem with protected passer now is any pawn endgame where the rooks come off the board, the king is tethered to babysitting the queening squares, basically. So this king is immobile and has to basically just stay on the e-file, where white can basically be like a bull in a china shop and run with that king wherever they want. And so that's just a huge problem.
Like, how would black try to give up the a pawn and play? Just the thing from the other parallel universe.
Good question. I mean, it's hard to get real activity here because the rook also doesn't have doesn't really have any entry squares on the file. But I think I would, maybe in a dream scenario, try to relocate this knight somehow. I don't know, maybe like knight c8, knight e7, or I don't know. It just...
Should black try to trade rooks? Can he go rook h8, rook a8, and try to hold the fort with the knight versus bishop?
Let's check it out. Rook h8, rook takes a5, rook a8. You know what the problem is? Let's say rook takes a8, right?
Yeah.
Knight takes a8. I can go e7. I can go... Bishop takes b7 almost works. Doesn't quite work because the knight can jump back to c7. Yeah. So, but I can whenever I want, I can come in here with the bishop. So I can go e7, king d7, and then bishop f7. You have to take the pawn, and then I'm collecting here. So...
And you have a knight in timeout in the corner too. What a horrible square for the knight.
Right. It's definitely, we actually saw this in the Nakamura game we looked at the end against Grandmaster Rasmus Svana from Germany. It was totally. By the way, knights on the rim are dim. I think that's like the rhyme they teach you when you're right. Did you get some version of that, Deepak?
No, I know that one too.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna maybe come up with some other rhymes, but I'm gonna save the audience for now. So anyways, so basically giving up this, allowing the protected passer, then playing c4, which is an interesting move, trying to give black their own pass. This is actually kind of creative. The point was that if white takes this pawn on c4, then black is going to play b6 and argue, you have double pawns that aren't really going anywhere, and I have a protected passer too. So while my king has to babysit here, your king might have to babysit over there. The flip side is that white played this really clever move after c4 and played rook takes a5. And the point is temporarily allowing c takes b3, but then the rook could come behind the pawn and get the b3 pawn. So in short, the idea just doesn't work. And after a few more moves and some consolidating, which I'm going to zip through relatively quickly, white even decided to invite trades because this pawn is so strong. And when that didn't happen, well, it was a bit of a torture fest that eventually resulted in this king taking more real estate and eventually black resigning. So Bardia Danishvar of the Croatia Bulldogs, very, very important one with white, and kind of putting the Berlin Bears on the back foot. So they have a lot of work to do this week to basically have their say and stick around. So yeah.
I love it. And in chat, we have one of our winners of the Diamond membership from last week, Tom, the producer. Another one, Chava, both subscribing in this episode too. So thanks for the subscriptions. And if you want to enter to win a Diamond membership with chess.com, just highlight a message in chat. It could be supporting one of the teams. It could be trying to guess at one of the moves in the moments that Kassa is bringing up in these snippets. But whatever you want to do, jump into chat, highlight a message, and you can win a membership. That easy. How cool is that?
Yeah, no, these memberships, we're trying to give them out like hotcakes here. You got to take advantage. These hotcakes, these are fresh off the presses here. So
yeah, let's get more people learning chess. What's it's a win-win, right?
Exactly. All right, next matchup. So the Croatia Bulldogs with that one, they went to 1-1 again. Berlin Bears are 0-2. Again, people at the bottom of the teams at the bottom of the table, they're at risk. They're on the bubble. The next game I want to show is really cool. MGD1, that team features Dranavali Harika, and Harika has been one of the strongest women players for basically as long as I've been an adult. So she's super, super talented. She even stepped away for a while, I think, because she became a parent, and she took a little bit of time, but she's been back very recently, and I saw her playing the Olympiad with some success, and now she's playing the Pro Chess League with success, and she's playing a grandmaster that most American players in the American circuit know, Varuzhin Akobian, who is a well-known grandmaster, I think out of the St. Louis area, and he's playing for the St. Louis Archbishops. And Harika here with white basically got the best of Varuzhin Akobian with some really nice tactics. On the face of it, it looks like black has a really good position because there's this potentially weak pawn on d3, a bishop and knight aiming down at it. All of black's pieces are really nicely nestled on dark squares. So if you just see all these pieces here, they're all on dark squares. And they have a nice blockade on these pieces that are on the light square. So it seems like there's just a nice complement here for black in the position. But tactics matter. And right now, black's pieces are actually not ideally configured to deal with these tactics. And Harika noticed very quickly that knight takes e5 was a move. And on the face of it, it looks like you're losing a piece. But if you go a little bit further, which, was in the spirit of what Deepak was talking about earlier, well, what do you notice? You notice that if black captures twice on e5, what's the problem, Deepak?
Then there's knight c6 at the end.
Yeah, and to add insult to injury, you could say, well, if black gets both the knights for the rook, that's actually fine material. So if we follow that line, rook takes e5, rook takes e5, queen takes e5, knight c6, queen d6, you might say, well, what's the big deal? In this position, after black recaptures the knight, black's gonna have two really nice minor pieces for rook, and that's usually good math. The problem is after queen takes d8, Matt, do you see something wrong with that king and that queen lined up together on the back rank?
Yeah, so we have this really nice bishop on a fianchetto square protecting a8, and we can get a pretty nice trade here, bringing this a1 rook down to the back rank, and pinning the queen to the king.
Brutal, and it's brutal and efficient. It's what I would like to say. It's John Wick like. Then that's a problem. John Wick, this is very John Wick like tactics, and unfortunately you just can't do anything about it. And so Varuzhin had to accept that is a very clean central pawn that he's losing. And after rook takes e5, he did play rook takes e5, because if you don't take that knight, this knight is going to come in here as well, and these ones they're gonna have their own little tango. So because of that, actually Varuzhin decided to get rid of one of them, but did not wind up recapturing the rook because of those tactics. And so instead he played knight takes d3. And we had a few more exchanges. And then here it actually looks like black is going to have some counterplay, but Harika, having a good understanding of trading and endgames and so on, very alertly played rook d5, which is actually really clever. The point is you give the exchange back, but this bishop is hanging, and now this pawn is going to drop. And so the bishop had to move away. And after queen takes d4, this is a position where, honestly, I think a lot of us would probably have a hard time converting, because there's still a lot of play left. But Harika shows really nice technique here up a pawn, just showing how to win the game. So we're going to zip through this component because it's a lengthy little bit of converting, but we can add some commentary as it happens, and I'll tell you what's going on. So king moves out of the way. Sorry, yeah, please.
These are the dream positions against grandmasters, because you can't lose and you can only win. Like in chess, we call that a 2-result position. Either you win or you draw, and you can play this forever. There's really no counterplay. It's just eventually you're going to try to get an outside pass pawn and push that guy to glory. And
it's funny, Deepak hasn't seen this game, but he's calling how it ends. And so
I watch grandmasters.
Spoiler alert.
So it's funny how that works, right? Everyone has this idea of like what the dream looks like, but to actually accomplish it, whole nother story. So king slid to the corner, rook went to the open file, pawn stepped up, queen centralized. Basically, white is trying to trade some pieces because this b pawn will be weak if the queen drops. Queen invades. Some expansion, some territorial expansion on the king side. Queen takes up more real estate. The rook, kicks their feet up on the couch, gets comfortable in the living room, gets real comfortable here with this battery.
I love how patient she's playing. Like, she's not looking for a knockout. She's just taking more space. Like, I think Magnus once said, if you control the center, you control the whole board, and then you can kind of do anything. So that's exactly what she's doing right here.
So true. If you just look at this area of the board, it's just totally dominated by white. And the other thing is that you notice is when you're up material and you're trying to trade, and you're basically, there's basically two choices that the defending side has. They can, acquiesce and oblige you and trade with you, or they could back up. And when they back up, you just encroach a little bit further and a little bit further and a little bit further. And so basically black is just backing up. And when you back up, eventually you're not going to be able to back up forever. And so that's what's happening. Black's pieces are totally on the back foot, and then white just encroaches. And then what happens is when you're all backed up like this, it's like the toilet's clogged or something. You're just like, everything is bad, Yeah. Then you lash out of frustration. And F5 is a perfect example of kind of that frustration happening, because you're helpless here on the back rank. And so now lashing out results in actually the game ending faster, because you actually get the trade you want. And so the queen was actually the trade you wanted all along. And he thought, Jacobian thought he was being a little witty here, trading one of these dangerous pawns. But again, the problems still remain in the position. And now the b pawn is dropping. Eventually, this pawn got ushered down the yellow brick road. Eventually. And then, she even managed to try and force a king pawn ending that ultimately resulted in a win for white. And so this was the final position. It's actually kind of a beautiful one. The bishop and the pawn here are cutting the real estate for the king to approach the pawn, and then white's just going to queen next and still have a pawn left for when the black bishop sacrifices. So
Something we can add to that is if you look at the bishops, if they're opposite color bishops, way easier to hold. But if they're same color bishops, it's very similar to a king and pawn endgame, where if you're up a pawn, it's very convertible.
So true, so true. Like if there are opposite colored bishops, there is a possibilities to draw the game because you could try to blockade the pawns on the squares that the side that's up a pawn can't control. But this is not the case here. One other thing I should say here, which is again maybe not necessary, but I'll point out is let's say this bishop and this pawn come off the boards. Let's say something like this happens and then queen and then takes. If this pawn was a rook pawn, it was on the H file here, it'd actually be a draw because this would be the wrong color corner for this light squared bishop. And so you couldn't dig the king out of the corner if it's because the dark square corner. So Harik also recognizes I have a quality pawn remaining with which to win the game. So there's a lot of kind of end game understanding that goes in actually converting these positions. And I mean, Harika's a grandmaster, super talented player. It's not easy what she did. So kudos to her. And unfortunately for the archbishops, they actually go down again. So the archbishops are 0-2, which is hugely surprising because they have a massive lineup with strong grandmasters like Fabiano Caruana and Lenier Dominguez, but it hasn't been enough so far, in part because the diversity of their lineup, the depth of their lineup is not comparing thus far to some of the other teams like MGD1. So congrats to Harika, and yeah, very good game.
Love that one. Yeah, I love getting into the end game stuff that I'm more uncomfortable with, but all of these are really instructive. Super important to study.
Yeah.
All right, so next we got a matchup between the Spanish Maniac Shrimps and the Garden State Passers. If you recall, actually, the Garden State Passers were really in kind of pole position last week to win a match, but because Sam Sevian is like their powerhouse. Actually, last week, I don't think we actually went over the game, but he actually beat a strong top 10 grandmaster like Shak Mamedyarov with black. But unfortunately, even though he was a hero in his match, the team still lost. Well, he played the part of hero again, and he actually won the match. Him and his team won the match this past week against the Maniac Shrimps. And the Shrimps, I mean, it is really unfortunate because if you recall from week one, from week one, basically, they'd lost that tiebreaker by blundering the rook. They blundered a whole rook, up a rook in a rook and one pawn versus two pawns.
No.
Deepak.
With some like check and then boom.
It was just a
it was like a misclick. And this is our Cinderella story, Deepak. If you didn't know this, Spanish Maniac Shrimps were the team that came out of qualifications and earned the 16th spot in the PCL this year. So, you know, the underdog lover in me has been rooting for them, and a mouse slip has
they literally
so
lost in tiebreak on a mouse slip. Like it's like so painful. They should be 1-0. And now they're 0-2 because Sam Sevian basically put his foot on the throat. And we have another endgame here, actually, an endgame-ish position where black is up in exchange, but white has a pawn for it. And, you know, sometimes it's kind of hard to shake the tree and ultimately win these type of games. And I think Sevian's technique here was really good. I was going to say what the ultimate story is here, like how it's won. But given that Deepak was so good at predicting how the last position was won, I just feel like we should at least get insight on how he thinks the game should go, and then we'll just see what happens.
Let's do it.
So he's definitely going to navigate his king on the dark squares. I don't think he want to go g7, f6, because then the bishop can get on this diagonal, and f7 can be kind of annoying. So maybe king f8, king e7, post the rook to like d4, bring the king to maybe g5 or e5, and then start pushing forward. I think at some point you're going to have to muscle this white king away and try to win a pawn, or look for some rook sack like for the bishop and pawn, and then have a winning king and pawn endgame.
So he said a whole lot there, and a lot of it was accurate. So first of all, muscling. I love what you're saying about muscling the white king away to try and win a pawn somewhere. So ultimately, black definitely wants to win one of these pawns. If you win one of the pawns on the king side, that's really great because then you have a 3-on-2 on that side of the board. If you win the A pawn, that's also great because then you just don't have to worry about it. And then you have a 3-on-3 on the king side where at some point you could try to maybe sack an exchange to win a pawn. And so if you consider that a lot of different pawn endings where you're up a pawn or winning, Matt, what you actually can do is if you sack, let's say if you gave up this rook for a bishop and 2 of these pawns, you might get to a winning pawn ending where you have a 3-on-2 or a 2-on-1 or something, and that could be winning under the right circumstances. So it's really about being alert to exchange sacrifices, but also improving your position to the utmost before you do anything. And so in the endgame, the king is an active piece. So the king has to get active somehow. And basically, Deepak was saying, well, the f7 pawn, we want to take care of that. So we don't want to allow this bishop to comfortably maybe post up on and pressure that pawn. The last thing I would just add to what Deepak said, which is really instructive and important, is that every trade of pawns is actually helpful to white. If you imagine that all 3 of these pawns got traded for these 3, rook versus bishop is just a draw, even if this pawn is gone. You can't win rook and king versus king and bishop, at least not by force. Your opponent can cooperate, but it's actually what we call a table-based draw. So you have to keep some pawns on the board. White's goal is actually to trade pawns, is to stay still and trade pawns. Like white would be so thrilled, for instance, if black played h5 here. Because if h5 here happens, white would be trading a set of pawns. Every set of pawns is helpful.
Too, right?
And undoubling, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's a long journey, and we were just going to zip through it, but we could see how it happens. So king gets involved. The rook comes behind, which is really nice technique. Remember we talked about rook behind the pawn when you're pushing a pass pawn last week, Matt? Even as a defender, you want your rook behind the pawn. Because when your rook is behind the pawn, you could do double duty of keeping an eye on the pawn and also harassing the king horizontally.
And this position in particular, like now, you're gonna get this pawn or this bishop if he wants to maintain this pressure on this pawn and comes here. Look at this pin. Of course, his grandmaster's not going to do that, but if you're playing more early or mid-level chess, that's something to look out for. It's giving your opponent opportunities to make mistakes, not looking 2 or 3 moves ahead.
100%. And what it ultimately does is it ensures that this bishop can't do double duty of defending the pawn like it was doing there and keeping an eye on f7. Mm-hmm. And so the bishop has to defend the pawn, but now you have no longer pressure on your f7 pawn, and the king can install itself further in the middle of the board. So as opposed to, by the way, let's say black actually attacked the pawn right away and did it in front of the pawn. If the rook went to a5, this bishop could sit on c4 and then b3, and all of a sudden there's no pressure on the pawn and the bishop is still lined up against the f7 pawn. So there's the magic of going behind that actually did make a bit of a difference. So anyway, so the king came in, rook came from behind, the king stepped up further, white's kind of helpless to shuffle. More shuffling, that's a check, so white doesn't win the f7 pawn. Just pushing the pawn not to give it a target, pushing the pawns on the dark squares so they're not targets. And now the plan is just to get the king close enough to actually put pressure on the f2 pawn. Because as soon as this pawn advances, the king is more exposed, and then the black king has more real estate to get in. So now the king's just trying to come up further and encroach. Come up further, come up further. And eventually the king got to the promised land, which was e1. Once the base goes, it's like Jenga. It all comes apart. It's like it all goes down. And so now if this pawn goes, then g3 is weak. Then the king has no shelter. And so now all black has to do is reposition the rook to actually attack the f2 pawn. And so now the rook
Why do you think he moved his rook to e5 from a2? What was the idea of repositioning the rook?
In where is it? In which position?
The rook kind of went from a2 to e5. So
right.
Why do you think he went for this idea?
Yeah, back here. So I think what he ultimately realized is he kind of wants to get the king to e1. But the problem is whenever the king was coming to e1 through this route, this king maybe could get a little bit active and get counterplay on the f7 pawn. And so by actually bringing the king to the 5th rank, or to the e file rather, this king is actually cut off.
Yeah.
And so this king can't cross. The white king is actually in jail, essentially. And this king can now get to e1 without allowing that counterplay. So it's kind of that was kind of the savvy finesse. And from e5, you do double duty of looking at the a pawn
forever.
So a ton of finesse. And I'm honestly just kind of guessing. But I think that maybe is right, because now after king g2, now the king's on e1. Now the rook is free to kind of go around and attack it. And this rook came to c5 and then came to c2. And once the king is really passive and black's king is super active, it's a wrap. And basically we get the king just comes back and attacks the new weakness. And so now there's some little machination to win the a pawn, and eventually white actually threw in the towel in this position, Matt, because this pawn is going to drop right now. And the problem actually, as we kind of discussed, is the pawn end games. Because you might say, well, what do you mean? Like we were saying before, any pawn trade is actually helpful for white. So what's the problem? Like, how do you trade? How does black improve here? Well, the problem is that you understand pawn end games, and you understand that now I actually could sack the exchange and get to a position where I have a 3-on-2 with opposition. I'm just going to play bully ball and win these other two pawns easily. And so then the 3-on-2 is going to turn to 3-on-1, and that's going to turn to resignation. So the finesse of actually maximizing the king. Let's just remember here, this king was here. It made it all the way here. So the king made it all the way to the other side of the board without white doing anything. And then ultimately the black rook managed to finesse its way into winning the a pawn. And then after that, wound up even being able to collect the f2 pawn.
Got a marathon runner of a king here.
Yep.
The
technique of strong players is just crazy good, but it's super instructive for us. So we get to see it now and then.
For me and you, Kassa, we love watching these games because our goal is to be grandmasters. And by watching these games and seeing other people do it, one, we know it's possible, and now we have an idea of kind of how to do it in these type of positions.
So true. And I think that the other thing is this principle of not rushing. It would have been super easy for black to push pawns or to get impatient, given that they have a material advantage. What ultimately happened is black maximized the king and the rook to the utmost before going in for the kill. And so that maximization of resources, and I see Grotsky in chat here saying crazy pressure with basically no pieces. Exactly. It's just manufacturing pressure, because humans break, man. That's the thing. And you probably know it from being in the ring, right? Like eventually one punch is going to hit more than it maybe hit an earlier round because of the wear and tear over a long period of time. Yeah. So it makes a huge difference.
And you think about an aggressive style. You keep coming out. You keep pressure on your opponent and giving them opportunities to mess up. That could be on the chessboard. That could be in the ring. But if you keep throwing punches, eventually one's going to get through, because you get tired of defending. And I can't hear this, Kassa, without highlighting it in some way. But you said throw in the towel. Another idiom that comes from boxing: throwing in the towel for when your fighter is spent and can't win, and you're saving some more damage, some more torture. We had white throwing the towel in this game, in your words, also coming from boxing.
Actually, yeah, like this kind of style, like Mayweather and Adesanya, especially Adesanya, they're so patient and they just keep picking you apart, and eventually, like, they win and you break. So
100%.
Yeah, I must say, I'm definitely biased to the kind of the Mayweather fighting style, as far as like death by 1,000 cuts, winning on points, not trying to knock out. Because I actually think in a lot of sports and disciplines, I feel like it's the more reliable, repeatable thing to do. Whereas the knockout and so on is really spectacular, but it's hard to do that consistently. Whereas I feel like it's a lot easier to kind of just grind. It's a more reliable approach, but I'm not a boxer, so I don't really
longevity know. If you are a defensive first counterpuncher style boxer, you're going to be able to do that for longer in your career. It doesn't rely on athleticism or power to knock someone out. You're going to be able to do that into your late 30s, 40s. like we saw Mayweather do and continue to do. He's still having fights. He had a fight this weekend.
Wow. Yeah. He does these exhibitions now where he's like collecting.
And robs the bank.
Yeah.
That's funny.
But that's why you tune in. That's why you tune in to see him, maybe get touched up. So.
Yep.
Also, last thing I want to say, like as a smaller person, if I'm fighting bigger people, I don't want to get hit. I can only take so many of those punches, right? So I definitely want to focus on being defensively responsible and not taking damage.
Deepak, remembering our lesson from 2 days ago. I like it. Immediate application.
So you heard it here first. I mean, whether it's boxing or chess, there's this really reliable kind of grind where if you get attuned to some of the kind of the nuances of the skills in the toolkit, it's a really, really valuable way to play against the players. And it requires a little bit of patience, but it's pretty effective. It's not always spectacular, but it does get the job done. So anyways, next matchup we had Charlotte Cobras, a team that, again, is near and dear to my heart, versus the Brazil Capybaras. Now, the crazy thing about the Capybaras, Matt and Deepak, is they got a free agent. They got probably the LeBron James of free agent signings here, because they just picked up Vladislav Artemiev on a whim.
Oh, wow.
And Vladislav Artemiev is a 2,700 level rated grandmaster. So this is like you just pick up like that dude for like your AAU run that like maybe like played like Division III ball. This is someone that like is in the like the best is in the NBA essentially. This is someone that is like an all-star. They basically picked up an all-star on their roster, and it immediately paid dividends because both of these teams, I believe, struggled in the first round. I'm going to verify that. Yeah, the Capybaras lost 3.5, 8.5 to the Indian Yogis, right? So they got blown out. If you recall, the Chess Bras lost a very tough match. We looked at the Wonder Liang versus Magnus Carlsen game last week, where Magnus had like 9 lives and managed to actually win the game and win the match when they should have lost. So this is another team that could have easily been 1-0 in the Cobras, but they're 0-1. And this was probably one of my bigger surprises of the week, just because guess what? The Capybaras won this match, Matt. And for the sake of our fantasy stuff that we're going to do later, guess what the score of this match was?
Ooh, was it within half a point?
No, it was the other way.
Oh, it was a blowout?
It was a blowout. I couldn't believe it. It was a blowout. They lost 8.5 to 3.5. Artemiev was menacing dudes. Now, again, this is again, not your everyday free agent pickup, but to go 8.5, 3.5 against the Charlotte Cobras. I'm a little biased here, but it was a shocking result. And this was one game that really turned the match. So it's black to move. So yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Right before we dive in, I see some chatters in chat. If you do want to enter to win the chess.com memberships, just highlight those messages. Kratsky, Bob, we got Sayuz Bay, we got the Snod. Let's highlight those messages for entries to win those chess.com memberships. It's free. You're gonna get better at chess because you get unlimited puzzles, you get unlimited lessons, game analysis, the whole deal. So pop on over to stream chat, give it a follow so you can chat, highlight a message. You'll have enough channel points once you follow in order to highlight, and you're on your way to 3 months of Diamond membership. We'd love to see it. But yeah, let's check this out. So you talked up the LeBron of free agent pickups this week, playing with the black pieces. There was a question in chat about which way the pawns are moving. They are moving.
It's a great question.
Forward. They're moving towards the first rank. And then Kassa, take it away.
Yeah. So basically, that is a great question. The pawns are going this way, and the reason it's a great question is because there are a lot of them, and black is trying to clean one of them. And it's funny because a move previously, I'm taking it from here where it's black to move, but this last move by white, knight g5, was a losing move. It actually was a draw in this particular position. I think a knight c3 check needed to be played, but knight g5 looks sensible because it's covering the f3 square. The problem here is that black has one winning move, and Artemiev, being this endgame wizard, found it. It's not impossible to find. It's pretty logical, but it's really instructive. And the move here is king e3. And the reason I love this move, and I'm always so quick to point this out when I find it in games, like I was looking for games, I was like, what are good examples to point out? And then this one I found, I was like, perfect, is I mentioned this the last time, Matt, when you have a knight, a lot of people, think knights are better than bishops. And one of the reasons they think that is because the knight is so tricky and it just gives all these checks. And how many times have we ran into forks in blitz or bullet or whatever? I mean, it just happens all the time. And it's like, these knights, they're so annoying. Here's the trick. If you're 2 diagonals away from a knight, if a piece is 2 diagonals from a knight, it can't attack you for 3 moves. For 3 moves. So if that is a big deal, because what it means is after king e3, black is just I'm good. I can go about my business and I don't have to think about this knight bothering me. And you could try to figure out routes to the king, but none of them are going to be shorter than 3 moves. So just to give you an example, knight e6, knight c7, knight d5, that's 3. Knight f3, knight e1, knight c2, that's 3. But 3 is a lot of tempos to have to just bother the king once. And so with that in mind now the king is secure and the pawns can advance. And that's a really big deal because now after king e3, there's this threat of pushing the e pawn and then even getting to play f3 next. And it passes the move to white, where white has to actually move a piece that's actually preventing black from playing f3 check. And so black went knight f7, but now f3 check can happen. Oh, no. And even though this pawn is attacked and this one is hanging, this knight now is way too far from the queening square. And so after king f1 was played, but if king takes g3 is played, you can basically ignore this knight and imagine that it's a king pawn endgame, because now blacks will just play f2. And after king g2, play king e2. And the pawn becomes a queen. And so because of that, the king has to back up. And I saw Naroditsky, he was on screen during this game. He was totally disgusted with himself because after g2 check, now one of the post pawns is going to become a queen. And to kind of twist the sword in, Artemiev didn't play king e2. He played f2 check. He just said, take my pawn on g2. It doesn't matter. My king's going to come to e2, and I'm queening with check anyway before your knight gets back to enter the fray. And so, for one fell swoop, basically Artemiev took a drawn position and turned it into a winning position. And we see basically exhibit A of how the knight can be really neutralized, essentially, because this principle, 2 diagonals away, the knight cannot touch you for 3 moves. It makes a huge difference.
It's a great takeaway for our listeners. If you're trying to play speed chess, play with a timer, and you start to memorize these little tricks that can save you a little bit of time. Hey, if I move like in opposition to the knight, it can check me in 1. If I move diagonally away 2 squares, three moves away. It's something to kind of just put in your little chess notepad and remember for when you're applying your chess knowledge and playing quicker games.
Yeah, and there's some little tricks, geometrical tricks like that are really useful to have in your Rolodex. I'm probably dating myself by saying Rolodex. But
What's that, Kassa?
Well, back in the day, you had phone numbers and you can literally write them in an alphabetical index of cards. By the way, I did see in chat here, Grotsky saying, why not knight f3 here? Why was knight f7 played? That's an attempt, but the problem is now black can play e4 tempo, attacking the knight on f3, and f3 is coming. And so the same problem arises where, let's say, like knight g5, then there's f3 check, and then there's, again, 2 diagonals away still. King takes g3 and then f2, and again the knight is just so stranded behind that the pawn is going to queen, and after king g2, king e2 again, opposition ensures that this pawn becomes a queen. So essentially it's a huge thing.
Can we check something real quick?
Yes, sir.
So instead of f2 check in the actual game,
let me get back to that. Give me 1 second. Instead of f2 check,
I want to see if we go king f4 and style on our opponent. Be like, anything, bro. I got 3 pawns. Nothing you can do.
That is so disrespectful, but I see where he's going here. So basically, if the king could get to g3 here, right? Then you're just saying f2 mate. What do you got to say about that?
Or just keep pushing the e pawn too. Like now I got two queens are better than one, right?
So disrespectful.
It's a little,
So
it's a little
disrespectful.
risky, definitely kind of disrespectful. But if
Don't
you want to have fun at the end, you can definitely play with your food.
yeah, don't try this at home. But King F4 might actually still win. I will say maybe my knight can wheel and deal around to check you when your king gets to G3.
Well, I was gonna go E4, E3, E2.
All right, so you're being really disrespectful. So it's not even just about the checkmate. It's I want my pawn to get to one, and the king.
Just
will
like
be
what you gonna
helpless.
do?
By the way, chat, this mindset is what on the good side is what gets you the highlight reel, social media viral, share kind of like personality. It's also what leads to like a last second knockout in the other direction. It is extremely risky, but Deepak is wired like that, man. Look at this move sequence.
He wouldn't do this in a real game.
No,
This is the thing. He's talking smack right now, but he would not do this in a real game. I know he wouldn't do it. If he was playing if he was playing like the tournament you played the Southwest Class like a week and a half ago. If you were playing some GM, you would just be clinical, right? Yeah. But a point taken. I actually do think King F4 then marching the E pawn is also winning. But just more drama, more unnecessary drama for sure. But just to show the really pretty part, let's say like I don't know, let's say knight
D6.
that's the problem. H6 or D6, then there's a knight F5 check. I want to show this one. Let's like knight H8, king G3, and then F2 is mate.
Yeah.
And again, if the knight goes somewhere else, or let's say knight H6, then king G3, there's knight F5 check. So he's like, well, that's all good. We have a third pawn. We got a school. You know what they call a group of fish? They call them a school of fish, I think.
Yeah.
And we have a school of pawns. We have a classroom of pawns going on a field trip.
About to school the White King.
Exactly. So and again, 2 diagonals away, baby. 2 diagonals away. The knight is totally useless with the king being like that. So anyways, unfortunately, this means that the Cobras are actually 0-2, and this is a hugely shocking thing to me. A team that has like Naroditsky, Brandon Jacobson, also their first board, who also killed it in this match but didn't get a ton of support, was Gregory Oparin. Oparin is on this team as well. He's a 2,700 grandmaster in his own right, but hey, Naroditsky, Brandon Jacobson, he needs some help. This man is carrying the team on his back, and they lost 8.5, 3.5. In part because he needed more help. So they're 0-2. They need to do something this week.
Did Oparin move to America? Because I've been seeing him a lot more. I keep playing U.S. Masters.
That is a question. I think, Oparin was definitely one of the universities in St. Louis. I don't recall which one, but he definitely was a part of one of those schools. Yeah. And I mean, a lot of the, as you well know, a lot of the players that go to they get the 4-year scholarships to the American chess universities ultimately do try to wind up staying here. Yeah. So maybe he's one such person as well. So, but I mean, he was playing, just for context, Matt, Oparin, who's also on the Charlotte Cobras team, he was playing in the Grand Prix series last year, and the Grand Prix series was a elite group of like 10 to 20 players vying for spots to play in the candidates tournament that determines who ultimately will challenge the world champion. So Nakamura actually qualified for the candidates by winning a part of the Grand Prix series. So Oparin was also in this series as well. So this is the elite of the elite we're talking about here. So
top tier.
All right. Next up, we have the California Unicorns versus the Gotham Knights. Now, if you recall, the Gotham Knights do feature 2 monsters in Hikaru Nakamura and Vladimir Fedoseev. And the Gotham Knights won this match again. I'm going to just verify the score really quickly. They won 8.5, 7.5. So this was definitely a close match. This is almost as close as it gets, right? Well, this is as close as it gets because it's first 8.5, and if it's tied, by the way, Deepak, they go to tie breaks. So 8-8 would go to tie breaks. 8.5, 7.5 close as it gets.
You know what the tiebreak system is? Is it by like head to head or something?
No, so the way it works is they play a fifth round essentially with the four boards, 4-on-4, and whoever wins that round actually takes it. So we had some tiebreak results in the first week where it's like 10.5, 9.5, where they played 4 more games essentially. Yeah, and I think the cool thing about it, as far as the format is concerned too, is in the pre-CL in round 1, your team's board 1 plays the other team's board 4.
They mix it up, yeah.
And then in the 4th round, the teams, the same boards play each other.
Yeah.
But in the tie break, it's a repeat of the 4th round. So there's like even matchups, like 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3 in the tie break. So you get really exciting, closer, more even matchups towards the end.
It's a great way to structure it.
Yeah. Shout out to Michael Brancato, who is on the events team at chess.com, who's doing a great job.
Shout out to chess.com for bringing the PCL to the mainstream, for a big prize pool, for supporting this show, and betting us on Chess TV. Hey, Chess TV, if you want to come over to Twitch chat, highlight a message, you can win a chess.com membership.
And also, it is so true. Yeah.
Shout out Justice Williams. He's a huge Artemia fan. That's his
go-to. Yeah. Shout out to Justice Williams. Yeah. Shout out to Justice Williams. The funny thing about the PCL too is that, this really does have amazing potential to be like NFL of chess type of thing, where there's like week to week action. There's all these teams. And so I think as we familiarize ourselves with the teams ultimately in the rosters, it's going to be really cool to see the storylines, like who's going to do this week, who's going to do this week. And so I think that's part of what we're building here. In any case, the Gotham Knights took this match, and this was one of the really key games in the match. Vladimir Fedoseev is a super strong grandmaster. I see here he's 2670. He's been 2700 before. And he's playing young American talent, Christopher Yu, who became a grandmaster in the last year and a half or so, but it really has been grandmaster strength for a few years. It was hard to get the title during the pandemic. He's been of that ilk for a long time, and now he's even pushing 2600. In this game, though, he was on the wrong end of some really gorgeous tactics from Vladimir Fedoseev with black. And I actually almost want to take up a hot second to pause here, because the tactics to finish here were gorgeous. And maybe I can just talk through it for a second while Deepak, delivers the goods here on the spot. But basically, the scene is set where black is down exchange. So black has a bishop for the rook but an extra pawn. So it's technically down 1 point. But white's king is actually the one that's super exposed, and white has a ton of things that are unprotected. And so black, with a really nice series of moves, can really take advantage of that. And it is a series of moves, but if we go 3-ply, which is your move, their response, your move, their move, and your response, you're really well on your way. And so I think we can at least get 3-ply and then get to the next moment. So what do you got for me?
So Queen E1 looks like the best one so far. I mean, Queen G4 looks kind of nice, but with your idea of like forcing moves, Queen E1, he only has one choice. He has to go to F3, and he's in this little net with and then I'm trying to make E4 work at the right time too, just to take away a square. And
so I love everything you said, because it's right, but also because what you said about limiting options. So we had this discussion about, when you have these checks, right? Usually in a lot of situations, the one that limits their options is the right one. And so here, there's one check that limits the options. It's Queen E1. And like you said, after Queen E1, there's only one option, King F3.
I got it. Dang,
and then after Queen E1, King F3, we can do another thing that only gives them one option, which is actually, Matt, what check? There's a series of checks here, but there's only one check that gives gives white only one option.
Yeah, so I'm looking at 2 checks right now. First check I'm looking at is Queen F1. Second check I'm looking at is E4. So if the first one, if Queen E1, we have a check that forces it gives a lot more than just one option. right?
Right. So rule that out. So rule that out for
now. So we have a block. We have all kinds of stuff. So we're ruling that out. So now we're pushing the pawn. We have a check from e4. The king can't move any of these squares because of the queen.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're looking at the options of these squares right here after the check. So when I look at these,
so one thing I want to say here is don't only look for checkmate. Also, if you can win the rook or win material, that's also enough to win because your king is pretty cozy. There's no perpetual.
Okay, well, I mean, another move to look at here would be queen to h1.
That is another option, but it gives some options. It gives some moves. So if queen h1, then they got this one or this one, right? Or this one. There's one check here. It's actually funny because you've actually identified almost all the checks, but that's actually the one
there it is.
that takes away. It only gives them one option because after queen d1 check, their only move is to actually get out of the check and save the rook, is to block with rook e2. And
which pins the rook.
Exactly. And then there's some nastiness there. So after queen d1 check, rook e2, there's a pin here, but there's actually another pin somewhere else. And Fedoseev.
Oh, wait, can I say it?
Yes.
Okay. So now we're pushing this for a check that he has to respond to. And it's like 6 one day, 6 one way, half dozen another. You're gonna get a piece because if king takes, you get the rook, and if pawn takes, look at this nice pin. Boom, you get a queen.
Absolutely disgusting. And so e4 check is just kind of the coup de grace there. The king has tried to step to the side to hold everything together, and then you see this really nice synergy now where the bishop gets in on the act. And after bishop b6 check, White's king is compelled to move away from protecting the rook because all of the real estate is covered. And so, I mean, White could have resigned here, but after king f4, Black took the rook and then he resigned.
So d4, queen d3?
Yeah, that's another actually really good question. So if d4 here, which actually does hold on to the rook, it's surprising this wasn't the other attempt.
The way to try to keep playing.
It would, but queen d3 is a crusher.
Yeah.
And again, the problem here is there's only one move again, because if you go king f4, this is mate in one. So the king has to go back to f2,
and then the bishop comes in.
Yeah, and the problem is here, it's going to be a mate soon, or we're going to win this rook, and there's just too many pawns.
You have the discover check too with the queen, like king
or
e1,
the queen.
e3.
Yeah, like if king comes to e1, what? Or bishop c3. Yeah.
Also, king f1, queen d1, queen f3 is mate.
King f1 here,
and queen d1. Queen d1, queen f3 is just mate.
Oh,
yeah. So it's actually
d1 check.
It's like so.
Let's say the king still stays attached to the rook, as Deepak's pointing out. Rook e1, and then queen f3 is mate. Oh, look at that.
Nice.
That's game.
And I will say one other thing here that kind of I think makes it really artistic. The whole sequence is that you'll see time and time again when a bishop doesn't have a dancing partner. Let's say the bishop doesn't have the dark square bishop doesn't have a light squared bishop to complement it. A lot of times when attacks and positions will really work is when the other pieces that you have are doing the work on the color complex that the bishop is not actually controlling. So if you think about it here, all this action, the last few moves or these moves were on light squares. The light squares were the kind of the partner, the dancing partner that the bishop needed. And so actually, once the bishop is doing work on the dark squares, and then the queen and rook are doing work on the light squares, you have perfect synergy. And you see it time and time again where you want your other pieces to control the squares the bishop isn't, because you get that synergy.
I think painting is like that too, right? Like they're definitely different colors that complement each other. That's an idea. I'm not really a painter.
I believe you, but I can't speak on that. So, but yeah, with this one, the Gotham Knights went to 2-0, and the California Unicorns, they're 1-1. They're 1-1.
Love that name, by the way.
The California Unicorns.
Yeah, it's great.
Okay. What about it? What about the To me, when I think of California, I feel like you need I just think of
you said bears last time because that's their mascot for like UCLA, and there's a lot of bears in California.
Yeah,
I can see that being it.
Yeah. I need a bear or like something related to the weather. Yeah. But the
big
unicorn,
trees,
I don't know.
something. No, I like unicorns because my background's in the startup world. So when a startup reaches $1 billion valuation, they're considered a unicorn. And then it's just a mythical creature that's super cool that has a weapon growing out of its forehead. Imagine if you had that in MMA or boxing. You'd be a force to be reckoned with.
For sure.
Are they known to fly, or are they more on the ground?
I think there are unicorn variations with wings.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
that's like a Pegasus unicorn.
Yeah,
it's like
yeah, I'm thinking Hercules.
Yeah.
Cool.
I see someone in the chat saying, I guess they could be called the Grizzlies. Oh,
I like
man.
the Grizzlies.
Remember the Vancouver Grizzlies? Remember when they were in Vancouver and then they now they're
NBA. I think you might even be older than me because I don't get this reference. I know the Seattle Supersonics, but that's kind of where
Bro, I'm 29 years old. I'm not that much older.
I guess I started following basketball maybe middle school or late elementary. So you started early?
You guys are both so old.
I honestly think Pau Gasol was a member of the Vancouver Grizzlies.
Was it Vancouver then? I thought it was Memphis.
No, it was Vancouver and then Memphis.
Because I don't remember Vancouver.
All right. Anyways, I'm dating myself. I'm dating myself, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just wrong.
It's okay. You guys can both rest easy. I am the oldest person on the stream. Okay, so
I'll
and the worst chess player.
All right. So this next matchup, we had the Shanghai Tigers playing the Blitz. It's funny. The Blitz don't have like a region or whatever that they're attached to their name, but they're a really ferocious lineup because Deepak, they have Alexander Grischuk, former top 5 player in the world, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, former top 5 player in the world, probably like top 20 now, on the same roster. So they're extremely top heavy. Yeah. But this Shanghai Tigers team, man, the more I see them, the more I'm like, they're probably the best team in the league because they feature a very balanced team.
Yeah.
And their board 4 is Ju Wenjun.
Wow.
And Ju Wenjun is one of the greats out there. And she's 25-55 rated and is just total monster. And whenever I see her games, I'm super impressed with her chess. And so to have a board 4, we've seen a lot of teams where their board 4 is like 2350 or 2400 or 2250, and they kind of punt on board. They try to be top heavy and they punt on the board 4 results. Not this team. This team scores everywhere. And so if you have we were giving praise to Josephine Heinemann last week when she beat Nakamura for getting 2 out of 4. Because getting 2 out of 4 in her matches means she was level against competition where she's playing up. The Tigers are having Ju Wenjun and basically scoring more than 50% on that board, and they're just destroying teams. They're getting out the anvil and just bludgeoning teams. And in this game, I could have taken so many segments of this game. It's almost a crime to take it from here because she plays a really flawless game. And when they say when you're up material, you should trade. And I just thought this position was super elegant for that because white is up a knight and a bishop, but the queen is menacing, hitting F2, hitting E1. This rook might get on the act. This king is a little bit exposed. And in one fell swoop, Ju Wenjun forces the queens off the board. Now, because we had these tactics before, and we said, what's the type of move we start out with? We said we start out with what type of move, Matt? It was blank captures threats. There's the first exactly checks. And so this is a perfect example of looking for checks, even if it's kind of nonsensical. Sometimes they work, and going more than just the first move, because in this position if you go more than first move, you can find a check that just forces resignation, basically.
Dude, crazy that she's doing this to MVL too.
It's insane. So if you look at the checks, right, there are 3 of them. there's queen g6 check, there's queen g8 check, and there's queen h8 check. Which check on the face of it just looks like it's total rubbish, Matt?
Probably giving away your queen.
So just get queen h8, right?
Yep.
All right, now go further than queen h8. Go two more ply, because we say 3 ply. Your move, their move, your response. If queen h8 check, what do they have to do?
Well, they have to retake, and then you have this this pretty fork here.
Done. And after queen h8 check, black resigned, and that's such a gorgeous way to win the game, because after king takes h8, knight g6 a fork, and well,
forced.
that's the game, and there's just too much material elsewhere on the board to kind of do anything about it. And so massive upset. It feels wrong to actually just show the game from this moment when it's up so much material, but I just thought that was such a beautiful finish, because I feel guilty almost pointing it out, showing that position when she played such a good game. I'm going to quickly zip through an earlier component of it just so we can get a sense of how she built up such a position. Because Deepak is like, wait, how did she menace him?
You have 2 pieces against MPL. What?
Yeah. So all right. So we'll just jump from the beginning really quickly, and I'll give some link commentary.
Oh, all the way to the beginning. I love it. Here we go.
So D4, knight F6, C4, E6, knight F3. So no Grunfeld. So that's actually the first thing. Deepak's like, where's the Grunfeld? Because Maxim Vacher-Lagrave is known for playing G6 and D5 and playing these Grunfeld setups. That's kind of his wheelhouse. So he's not playing his kind of his prime, his best stuff. He's been experimenting a lot in recent years. Maybe he shouldn't be, but yeah.
Also, shout out MVL for playing the most theoretical positions and being the best person for him. The Najdorf and the Grunfeld are the hardest positions, and he is an expert on both of those, which is a lot of impressive work.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Is like a lot of people, his gift is also his curse. So basically, you typically, when you're playing MVL, his best stuff is as Deepak said, the Grunfeld and the Najdorf. This is the Grunfeld. Like he plays one thing against D4. Oh, sorry, not that. This is the Grunfeld. He plays one thing against D4 and one thing against E4. And they happen to be the sharpest openings in chess that require a ton of memorization, honestly, like 30 moves deep. And because they're so sharp, there's also a lot of tries that people can play against that particular setups. So he's almost always at risk of being out-prepared or someone finding some computer idea and sticking it to him without even getting a game. But he's so good with those openings that he doesn't usually get out-prepared that much. And so it's actually been a gift and a curse, I truly believe, because he's really great at those openings, but he's less versatile. And versatility tends to be really valuable the higher up you go, because everyone's preparing with these computers. So
100%.
So he's just kind of chilling, playing E6. This is why we're like, oh my God, the blasphemy of playing another opening. It's basically like
on your girl, right?
I mean, I wasn't taking it there, but it's basically like writing with an opposite hand. Okay. Like it's like he's righty, and now he's just playing lefty today. Like it's so weird to see when it happens. Yeah. Anyway, so knight F3, D5, knight C3, bishop E4. So this is actually Ragozin, actually. It's when you pin this knight and you put the pawn on D5. This particular position is called the Ragozin. And Ju Wenjun plays this very positional line where you force the knight to C6 because you have this check on the bishop and the king. We could spend a lot of time talking about this, but nothing is new under the sun just yet. This has all been played before. This has still all been played before. I've never seen A5. That is weird to me. Knight E4 made sense trying to get the bishop pair back. I'm not sure A5 is very useful, to be honest with you. I guess he was concerned about allowing B4 expanding here. But if I was black here, my priority is connecting my rooks, and this doesn't connect my rooks. So anyway, so A5, bishop D3, F5. Okay, that also is very bad. So we're talking about, Deepak was saying, hey, I like to play the Stonewall Dutch, right? The Stonewall is when you have this pawn chain and usually a knight in the center here. This is a bad Stonewall Dutch for a few different reasons that Deepak could point out. Please do.
So you don't want the knight on c6 generally. And also, your best piece is your dark square bishop. The bishop on d6 is where you get all the highlights, all the attacking. And that guy is gone.
Right. So this is a Stonewall Dutch where the pawn usually is on c6 where the knight is, but it's not there. And the bishop, which is the main attacking piece in these Stonewall Dutches, which justify having these pawns in this formation, because you have the bishop complementing those pawns, is non-existent. So this is a dumpster fire of a Stonewall Dutch, respectfully. So yeah, it's a bad position.
So Report plays some of his knight c6 stuff. I'm pretty sure he keeps the dark square bishop. So knight c6 is not like a super foreign idea, but I think in this move order it's a little bit funky.
So yeah, so basically it's the dark square bishop is the biggest thing.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about the bishop pair mattering. It's really important here in just this position. And also you push the F pawn. I mean, you know this because we were talking about Feingold last week, right? That F pawn gets pushed. That king is basically an emperor without clothes for the rest of the game because you're vulnerable not only on this diagonal, but later on in the game on the 7th rank because there's easy access to the whole rest of the house. It's like you open up the door to your house. It's like, please come on in. Please take my or it's like you're leaving all your Amazon packages on your doorstep and you're on vacation. It's like, please take my packages. I didn't have any use for them anyway.
Or like fighting with your hands down.
Yeah. So all of the things.
There's a great quote, like in the Dutch, if you go F5 to F7, it would be such a better opening.
If you can move the pawn backward. Like, man, if the Dutch would be so good if I could just move the pawn from F5 back to F7, checker style, then my position would look so much better. Oh man, you have to justify. He's basically trying to justify the knight, but anyway. So also, again, whose rooks are connected? White's. So all these things. I mean, and A5 was designed to stop B4, and it didn't even stop it. So
that's hilarious.
It's just such a bad position on so many levels, and the bishop pair was preserved.
Do you think?
So, yeah,
just bad. Do you think she should have taken the dark square bishop, or he should have taken it and just held the fort on the light squares?
I mean, you could try, but I think he's also he's kind of freestyling, you know, like I think that's the biggest thing is it's clear that MVL's freestyling and, you know, you play with fire, you're going to get burnt. Yeah. So, you know, that's basically what's happening here. You could argue he probably should have gotten rid of that bishop. But so anyway, so we have more weirdness. The knight goes to D8. That's not normal. The rooks are connected. The open file is controlled. This bishop now really awesomely redeploys to a new diagonal to A3. And MVL kind of panics because there's great control here, and White is threatening bishop A3, pinning the knight to the queen. And so, just a disaster.
I don't know if it's panic. It's just like, what do you do?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, maybe it's not panic. I think, actually, come to think of it, if you move the knight, the pawn on B7 drops as well. Yeah. And
so rook C7 is invading on top.
Yeah, it's just not pretty at all.
95, everything is coming.
Oh my gosh. The more I look at it, the worse it gets for Black.
Brutal, yeah, wow.
This actually reminds me of a Kobian versus Harika, where it's like he got her pushed, they're pushed against the wall and now they're lashing out.
Yeah, it's so true. And like when you lack space and opportunity, you try to create it even if it's to your detriment. Yep. And it's definitely the case here because Knight C4 is that kind of lashing out, but the bishop comes in anyway, and then the knight comes in, and everything is hanging. This bishop is hanging. This pawn on B7 is hanging.
B7 pawn is hanging the whole time, and there's no rush.
And there's no rush to take it, and so it's just a disaster. And so this is how we got there. And then basically MVL's still trying to open the position and lash out, and Zhu Wenjun is just collecting all the things with tempo. So.
I've had some stonewalls like this to know, like, this is the worst case scenario.
Yeah, this is why I haven't been able to mentally play a stonewall because I just look at the F pawn and I'm like, what happened?
I actually think stonewall is good against a certain archetype of player. The positional controlling squares type of player, generally you want to avoid that kind of guy with the stonewall. But someone who's very aggressive who wants to do things, stonewall is great because you build a wall and we let them do the work. So that's a little psychology in Stonewall.
Styles certainly make fights.
Yeah,
certainly make fights. So All right. Anyways, that was that. So the Tigers are 2-0. Very, very convincing win for the Tigers. They were, so they won, by the way, in both their matches. They won 10-6 in the first match against the Archbishops in week 1. And now week 2, they won 10.5, 5.5. So they're not just beating teams. They're blowing teams out. These are 4 or 5 point margins of victory. That's really hard to do when it's first to 8.5. So, there's something about this team. I'm going to be keeping my eye on them because, again, when you have a board 4 that delivers the goods like this and beats 2,700 players, I mean, what are you going to do? So
what do you think is better, having like a balanced team or being top heavy? Like, but balance with chemistry is probably better, right?
Yeah, I agree with it because I think the balance is more valuable just because upsets happen. And so there's so much pressure on the top few boards to win every game if it's not a balanced team. So I would go for balance, but there's some guys that just are consistently delivering the goods. So if you have one of those, then it's a different story. We just saw Nakamura is delivering the goods. So
this is like a lot of NBA teams right now. It's like Uber team or not.
Exactly. All right, so we got 2 games left, and then we're gonna jump into some other segments. But the first, we have 2 more matchups left. This is the first matchup between the Levitov Chess Wizards and the Norway Gnomes. The Chess Wizards, they actually are a very decent team in their own right, and they actually won their first match against the Garden State Passers in a blowout as well. They won 10-6. Wow. So I was like, okay, well, this is going to be a harder one. And because the Norway Gnomes won a thriller against the Spanish Maniac Shrimps. Alexander Kostyanyuk has been a former women's world champion, super talented player. Salam Saleh is a super aggressive attacking player. And it was really shocking to me that he even allowed this with Black, but it's not really, allowed it or not. Kostyanyuk put herself in a position to deliver the goods. Yeah. And so in this position, Black played knight AC4, and everyone's alarm bells basically go off in position like this if you like to attack, because you would essentially have the Greek gift potential here. Ooh. And we talked about that last week, Matt. Do you recall the Greek gift stuff?
So I know the historical reference is a Greek gift is a Trojan horse. It's something that looks nice and shiny that you want inside your palace walls, but when you let it in, it ends up undermining you. So
and that's basically what happens in these positions. When you have the Greek gift, it's a bishop sacrifice and then knight jumping in, usually with the queen or rook coming in next. And it's just shocking because you don't see it happening at the higher levels that much. But one really distinctive telltale sign that it might work is if there isn't a knight on f6 covering that h7 square, because when the king has to come out, it usually initiates the sequence with checks. And so, boom, bishop takes h7, check. King has to come out.
Is it probably better here to go king h8?
It's funny. It might be better to go king h8, but the knight's still going to come in, and then the queen's going to follow. So the parade is going to commence regardless of whether it's whether the folks are willing and able or not. So, I think also it's just kind of like, okay, like at this point, I actually saw him on screen. He was just solely disgusted. He's like,
here we go.
Yeah, and so it's like, well, let's just get it over with, or at least prove that she can finish the job after this. And after knight g5 check, the king can't go back. This is the kind of the brutal thing about it, Matt, is if king goes back to g8, queen h5 to h7 is just mate. Mm-hmm. And so because of that, the king has to step out even further. And here you actually have a litany of fun ways to kind of prosecute this king being out here, because it can't come back. Like f6 is covered, h7 is covered. So sometimes you bring the queen here and threaten a bunch of discoveries. Sometimes you just bring it to this diagonal and just give a direct check. And this is pretty brutal because now if the king steps up to like h6, this is mate.
Ooh, that's a pretty one.
Yeah. So, or, even if even there's discovery checks on the king as well, like knight takes e6. If there wasn't mate, there's even stuff like discoveries. So the king has to block with by playing f5. And then e takes f6 check, discovery forces the king to take. And Kostyanyuk saw this in advance because it's all forcing. It's all check, 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 check. And then she noticed this bishop unprotected here. So now knight CE4 is also check. King has to move again. And there's all types of fun discoveries here, but you can kind of like check the temperature, see how the wind is blowing, and just take the bishop first.
Yeah.
And now it's white's actually a pawn up, and the king is getting just destroyed right now.
So much is at play here. I mean, we have moves to attack everything. I mean, it's crazy.
Even B3 wins a knight because they win.
Yeah, the queen is unprotected, so B3 is actually winning a piece because the knight is pinned. The rook is hanging as well, and we don't even need to show you the rest of the game. Frankly, it's so lights out that white just won going away. It didn't last much. It didn't last more than another 10 moves. So that was a huge win for the chess wizards, and it brings them to their record to 2-0. And the Norway Gnomes, who basically got super lucky last week in the tiebreak, are now 1-1, but they could easily be 0-2. So they should be thanking their lucky stars. They got that rook slip, that mouse slip with the rook last week, because it could be very different. Last but not least, this is the one that I'm going to be very prideful over because I predicted it. We're going to get to our PCL fantasy predictions in a moment.
The yogis.
What did I tell you? I told you. What did I tell? We're gonna have to find that clippable moment from before, because I said I don't like this chessbrats team. I think they're a little bit vulnerable, and I told you the yogis with Vaishali on board 4. Vaishali. A lot of people talk about her as Prague's sister, but she is a monster in her own right. And she more than punched above her weight class in this match. It didn't look pretty early on. They were down, I think, like 5-2 or 5.5-2. And then the last round, round 4, they went 4-0.
Oh my God.
They 4-0'd the chessbrats with Magnus Carlsen and Aryan Tari. These are 2,600 world champion players. But it really started with a game that ultimately they shouldn't have, the chessbrats shouldn't have lost, because it was between Magnus Carlsen and Vidit Gujrathi. Vidit is one of the strongest Indian players, and he's 27-30 player, super talented. But he's in a horrible position here, actually. Black has the materials equal, and that's really the only thing nice I could say about Black's position. White has the 2 bishops. White's king is much safer than the black king on f7. This queen is in a menacing position on h8. And the only reason I'm looking at it from White's perspective here is because White is actually winning, and I wanted to kind of just quickly talk about maybe what Carlsen missed, or what he played, because what Magnus played, because it was very weird how this. I've never seen, not never strong, but it's so rare you see Magnus not winning positions. Like he's clinical.
Well, and for reference here, what board is the black pieces? Is it board 1 versus board 1?
This was board 1 versus board 1. Thanks for clarifying. In the 4th round. So going to the 4th round, It was actually going to the 4th round. It was 5.5, 4.5. The yogis actually cut the lead to 1, and in the last round they blanked them. It was 8.5, 5.5 was the final score.
Wow.
And and I haven't seen that in many rounds at all in the PC. I don't think I've seen that in any rounds. And to have that happen to the chessbrats is featuring Magnus Carlsen is not what you expect.
Not at all.
White is actually winning here, and the line is actually not obvious, or I'm just going to point it out. So the line here, I believe, is bishop takes f6. I just was going to verify this.
No way.
The point is actually, again, when you're doing tactics, always identify the unprotected pieces. The queen is unprotected. And after bishop takes f6, if pawn takes f6.
Check. Ooh.
And so this is why when you feel you have a dominant position, always identify the unprotected pieces first. It just makes a huge difference. Instead, Magnus went queen h7, and I don't know why, but this is what he played. And then after knight e7, well, I guess I do know why. He went in for a sacrifice that just doesn't work, which is super uncharacteristic, because he still has a really good position here. but he played knight e5 check, and he thought this one won the game. He thought that his queen, powered by the bishop on b2, were going to crash through on the g7 square. What he didn't realize was that after f takes e5, bishop takes e5, black actually is one way to defend that g7 pawn. And it's, you only need one way sometimes, but it's good enough. And it's this move, knight h5. And he defends the knight as well. So it's a weird thing to miss. But it basically means black is up a piece, and the queen actually, to add insult to injury, is kind of trapped right now. It's like it's kind of looking at the g7 pawn, but it's also can't go anywhere. So now all that was left was for black to trade pieces, and after you don't have to ask a grandmaster to trade pieces twice when they're up material. So trade, knight came back, more trades, more captures.
Wow.
Not being greedy, not taking the second pawn there, just stepping back, already up a piece. And then, these moves that Carlsen is playing here are just out of frustration. I mean, there's no chance here. The queen and bishop are not doing anything remotely close to checkmating the king. And after a few more clinical moves, I would have traded the queens there. This is a little bit greedy, but he's saying I have mate, so we can trade on my terms.
Yeah.
Basically, if you trade like this, you improve white's pawn structure. So he's like, I don't even have to do that. I'm going to force you to trade on my terms. And, the game lasted a few more moves. But again, this is all frustration stuff because it's not even, it's so rare to see Carlsen lose like this. And in the back of my head too, I was like, Carlsen is known for attacking without sacrificing material. And so it's not actually like him to actually give up material for an attack. And it's so weird to see it not work. And I wonder if that's a small glitch in his programming, because it's just so weird to see an attack like when we do attacks and they don't work. It's like, we missed something. Well, when he does it, it's supposed to work, So, but yeah, Vidit took this one, and it basically initiated that 4-game savagery in the fourth round of their match. And I was seeing in the chat here that the Yogis won the last 7 games in a row. So They actually won the last 3 in round 3 as well. So the Yogis are 2-0. The Chess Bras are 1-1. I think all 1-1 teams are kind of okay. The 2-0 teams obviously are great. The 0-2 teams are kind of on the bubble, and that's where we are in the PCL.
Yep.
Awesome.
And just as a reminder for everyone, we start eliminating teams pretty quick. So even though it's only 0-2 and maybe in other sports, it's like, it's early in the season, it'd be fine. No, we're going to start to see people on the chopping block starting in 2 weeks, I believe.
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
So, go ahead.
Do they add teams in as people get cut out, or like what is the process?
No, it's the format is such where it's going to go. I don't know it exactly off the top of my head, but the format is such where it's going to very quickly go to a knockout phase, essentially. Okay. So we're it's not like a 16-week NFL season or anything like that. It's like about 4 to 5 weeks of like a regular season and then kind of knockouts. I think part of that, and I might be stepping my bounds here talking about this, but I think part of it is that it would be great to have a much longer season. A lot of the players that are in this league are professionals playing tournaments all around the world, and so it's hard to keep them for that long tail. And then the other thing you have to consider is there is a world championship match in April, so there's going to be a bit of a break in our programming as we lead up to the finals, because that world championship match is going to capture the whole chess world's attention. So there's just a lot of events going on.
Nepo versus Ding is official?
It is official. It's in April, and it's really soon.
Where is it happening?
I believe. Oh man, you're putting me on the spot here, but I know it's in. I want to say it's in Kazakhstan, but I'm not. I might be wrong. It's somewhere east.
So, and if you are looking for more information on the PCL, teams being eliminated, etc., ! PCL gets you to all the info, the rules of the league, and the progression of the schedule. So if you are interested in learning more about that, ! PCL. Also, we've had a lot of entries already for the chess.com Diamond memberships. ! Giveaway gets you the rules for that. But basically, all you have to do is follow and highlight a message, and you're entered to win. We announce those on Discord right after the show, so stick around to the end and join the Discord. I'll reach out to you personally and get you that membership. But we have 2 more games, you said? Or is it,
No,
or was
so
that one of them?
we are done with PCL recap.
Cool.
I think we got a few things we gotta do. We gotta get you gotta give us your fight and flow segment here, our wellness segment, and then we're gonna dip into the fantasy and predictions.
Excellent. So before we transition to fantasy, I'd like to just kind of reset our central nervous system and do a really simple breathwork exercise that I actually start and end my day with. So before I get out of bed and before I close my eyes to actually go to sleep, I go through what's called box breathing. And box breathing is a Western term for an Eastern phenomenon that has been in practice for thousands of years, based off of a breath from yoga called Samavriti. It's something that is also used by the armed forces to calm down in really stressful situations. So, special forces like SEALs practice this so that it's just second nature when they're in a really stressful environment in battle. Athletes use it, basketball players like Kassa is, and then chess boxers especially use it like Deepak and I. So it's really simple, really easy to wrap your head around and practice. And what we're going to do is 4 rounds of it together. The first one is going to be a demonstration round. Feel free to just watch and join in whenever you're comfortable. And then the next 3 are going to be all of us being able to do it together. But it's called box breathing because a box has 4 sides, and this breath has 4 components, each with a 4-second count. So we're going to have an inhale for 4 seconds, a hold for 4 seconds, an exhale for 4 seconds, and a hold for 4 seconds. Okay, so we're practicing control over our breath. We're practicing all of our focus going on the count of each component of the breath, and we'll go ahead and get started right now. So if Deepak and Kassa, if you'll join me in pushing all the air out of your lungs, we're all going to start from empty lungs. So go ahead and exhale all the way, and we'll begin our count. Inhale for 1, 2, 3, 4, hold 1, 2, 3, 4, exhale 1, 2, 3, 4, hold 1, 2, 3, 4, inhale 1, 2, 3, 4, hold 1, 2, 3, 4, exhale 1, 2, 3, 4, hold 1, 2, 3, 4, inhale 1, 2, 3, 4, hold 1, 2, 3, 4, exhale 1, 2, 3, 4, hold 1, 2, 3, 4, inhale 1, 2, 3, 4, hold 1, 2, 3, 4, exhale 1, 2, 3, 4, final hold, 2, 3, 4, and return to a normal pattern of breathing. You can scan your body, notice any changes in your thought patterns and how much oxygen or energy you feel like you have in your body. All of our breath brings oxygen into our bloodstream, gets blood up to our brain, gets blood to our muscles, helps us perform better, not just in athletics, like armed forces stuff, basketball stuff, boxing stuff, but also on the board. Our brain is like a muscle with how much blood it uses and how much focus it demands. So some simple conscious breathing can do you a lot of good, whether that's on the board, in the ring, or out in everyday life. So Deepak, Kassa, how are you feeling?
So right now, my posture feels really way better, like the way I'm sitting. Is that like a side effect of it?
Yeah, just being, just turning focus inward on your body. You can have those kind of surprising subconscious effects of oh, I'm taking care of myself right now. What are other things that are beneficial for me? Well, one thing is posture, sitting up straight, getting that spine straight. Also, expanding your chest so that there's more room for your lungs to expand and contract. So that's awesome that your posture changed.
Yeah, I'm actually someone that has had poor posture for a really long time, and I've actually been doing corrective therapy related to it. So breathing dynamics is definitely a huge part of that. So I commend you for having that emphasis as well, because I actually have recently recognized how important it is.
I love it. Well, yeah, glad the posture benefited. Hopefully the breath felt good, not just for you guys, but for the rest of chat. And we are going to transition to our final segment of the show now. So we're getting into fantasy, ! Fantasy, or I'll just drop this link in chat. We'll get you right over to the Google Doc that we're going to be working through together. So if you want to join us in going through fantasy and getting your predictions in with us right now before week 3 of the PCL, you can go ahead and do that. This is also your last opportunity to enter the giveaway for Diamond membership. So just highlight a message in chat. Maybe it's a prediction in fantasy. Maybe it's just a question or a comment. But if you highlight it, that'll get you an entry. And let's dive in. You ready? You ready, Kassa?
Yeah. So before we get into the predictions for this week, or the fantasy predictions for this week, we just got to do a very quick, just a word about what happened last week. There was actually someone that got 10 out of 10 with correct picks for everything.
No way.
I actually am not sure of who this person was. Right, I don't have that information in front of me, but Trim alerted me to this. So whoever got 10 out of 10, you will be getting a reward for that. And
that's incredible.
Very impressive. Very impressive. I think it also suggests that we actually are getting a lot of entries, because I think statistically it was challenging to get all the over-unders right. And so really do participate. We're giving out Dime memberships as a reward for this. So definitely get in on the act. 3 months Diamond to the winner. It's pretty decent. So also, I just want to again just rub it in just for a little bit that I did point out that the Yogis were going to do some damage and be the chess bras, and I even predicted I predicted the score, but they actually outperformed even my score. So I'm just saying, you got to step up your game this week, because I was on the money with that. I feel pretty good about that. And Deepak, you're going to get in on the act too. So we're going to make the predictions together, and then let's see who gets it right this week. So this is the one area I'm kind of competitive with you, Matt, about. So he crushed me the first week, and this week I got a little bit of a revenge. So without further ado, Matt, take it away.
Cool. So we're going to transition over here. Actually, I'll readjust this just so it's a little easier to see. Cool. Awesome. Okay, so let's dive in here. So, like every week, the first thing that you do, enter in your email, enter in your chess.com username, so that we can track you down to give you that Diamond membership when you get 10 out of 10 this week. And then here are the rules for how the fantasy works. And we'll dive right into the first question here. So what will be the smallest margin of victory in week 3? Are we over 1.5 or under 1.5?
I think this is probably the easiest question on the list. I mean, it feels like every week we have a matchup that is close. I mean, if it goes 8.5, 7.5 has happened a few times now. So I feel like there's always going to be one matchup that's a 1 point margin. So I don't know. I'm gonna go with the under there.
I'm sticking with the under too. I think we pick that each week and know that we always have close matchups that are coming within just 2 games for a decision between the teams. So I'm sticking with the under. Deepak, what do you think?
Yeah, under makes sense to me. I don't know the specific matchups. I think that would help a little, but I'm sure there's going to be some close ones. And if there isn't, there's always there's a lot of good chess players. So there's going to be some good games to close matchups. So I agree with that.
For sure. And we're going to get it to the matchups next, by the way. So stay tuned for that. We end with the matchups. All right. So next one, what will be the largest match victory in week 3? Man. So just for context, the past week, I'm just going to pull up my results here. The past week, the biggest margin of victory was 5. Oh, no, excuse me. It was 6, actually. The Garden State Passers actually beat the Maniac Shrimps 11-5. So the biggest margin of victory was 6. That's really hard to do. I think 5 is the more realistic one. We've seen a few 8.5, 3.5s. I'm gonna go with the under there. I don't see a 6 point margin of victory happening on a regular basis. I mean,
And this is our first divergence. I think that there is going to be at least one blowout this week, and kind of like what we saw with the Shrimps. I think Lightning can strike twice, and even though I do think that the smallest margin of victory will be within 2 games, I think the largest is going to end up being over 5 games.
I think data-wise, it sounds like the under is the more likely kind of result. But if I could see specific matchups and have one like huge favorite that I really like a 2-0 versus an 0-2 or something, or just like players who match up really well, then over would make sense. But I'm gonna go with under 5.5.
So real quick, we can go ahead. This will probably come up with some of the other questions. So we can go ahead and look at the schedule for next week. We have the here are all the matchups. If you want to check them out real quick before we continue in the fantasy. Because that is important when predicting these. You want to look at the matchups, make educated guesses, make informed bets here. So
that makes sense
for week 3.
And I'll actually, I know you have the matchup cards on screen. I can actually read you the lineups for each matchup if you're curious about. There's also on this website as well, but then you'd have to like click back and forth between the rosters. I don't know, like. Let's just
what is the website? That way I can check it out.
Oh, yeah. ProChessLeague.com. So
we're on /schedule. And you can look at the teams as well.
So you have to look into an individual's team's roster to see their roster for week 3. So there's no visual right now where it's like lineup versus lineup. On the same page, but if you click any roster for week 3, the rosters are submitted, so you should see who's being run out that week.
Gotcha.
So
do you play someone with the same record? Is that how it works?
No. You're playing, these teams are not necessarily playing teams with the same record. There will be 2-0 teams that are playing teams that haven't won probably this week. So So
perfect.
Anyways, so do we want to carve through these matchups or still get through the over under again?
So you've seen these matchups. That'll at least help us inform the next couple questions. If we need to come back to the individual matchups, if it's important for one, maybe we do that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So what's the next one? So how many games will Canada Chess Bros play D4 in week 3?
Okay, so this one could be important to know who's on the Chess Bros. I know it's led by Magnus, and that GM Eric is it Hansen. There we go. I was blanking on Eric's last name. I know those are 2 of the players on the Chess Bros. And I don't know if they typically open D4. I don't think Magnus typically opens D4.
So Magnus is a flexible guy. So actually their lineups I'm just looking at their lineup for this week. It features Magnus Carlsen, Ivan Sharich, Eric Hansen, and Miley Jade Ouet. I'm familiar with, I think Ivan Sharich is an E4 player. And I think Eric Hansen is also typically an E4 player. So
I think Miley Jade is a pretty exclusive D4 player.
Oh, really? Okay. So if that's the case, what we're saying over 6.5. That would mean that over 6.5 would be
out of 16 games. That's it. Right?
Yeah.
Just like 40% or something.
I'm going with the under here. I think with some flexible players and shaking it up in shorter time controls, not everyone's playing what they always play. So I think I'm going for the under.
I'm going to take the under as well. Actually, I'm going to take the under as well. I think if it was like a FIDE rated tournament, they would probably be playing more D4. But I'm going to take the under as well.
So I think I'm going to take the over because I know Miley's going to play it a lot, and I think since she's going to be playing up a lot, she's not going to experiment as much. And on the flip side, I think Ivan and Eric are normally E4 players, so I think they're going to mix it up more. They're strong grandmasters, so they're not going to play their main prep. And then Magnus can just do whatever he wants. If he plays E4, it's a bonus. But that's my lean for this one.
Can I change because you're really sensible? I'm going to take the under, but you made some really compelling points there.
Wow, swaying Kassa, okay.
Because because if you think about, like, Miley's gonna have 2 white games, that's 2 right there. And then if you're saying if Sharch plays 1 or I mean it's close. It's actually close. I'm still gonna take the under, but it's close.
Okay. Oh man.
All right, next up, how many games will the Gotham Knights play the Caro-Kann defense, 1 e4 followed by c6, as black in week 3? Over 1.5 or under 1.5?
So basically, is it going to be one game, or is it going to be more than one? Basically, that's the question there.
Oh man. I
got to go back to the lineups really quickly, and it is true. You got to know the players. So I'm looking at the playoffs here. Hikaru Nakamura is known to play Caro-Kanns, in certain moments. He's known to play these Gurganitsa systems or the C6, D5, and G6 fianchetto stuff with black. For folks at home that aren't familiar with what the Gurganitsa is, can you pull up the board for me for just a quick second, Matt? Will that be I can just show
the board, yeah, got it.
Yeah, just for a hot second. The hottest of seconds. So E4, C6 is the Caro-Kann, and sometimes Nakamura's played stuff like this before, which is when you try and fianchetto with the pawn duo like this, it's called the Gurganitsa system. This is the Caro-Kann, and Nakamura has played some Caro-Kann in his past. Vladimir Fedoseev also plays Caro-Kann, and he's in the week 3 lineup as well. I don't know much about the Bortnik and Kalashkaya, but I'm going to put the over there, actually. I think you can get 2 Caro-Kanns for sure.
Going over. Okay. I was leaning towards over, too. It seems like a good statistical bet. Even if Nakamura sticks with his trend so far in the PCL, which is playing a lot of off-book, off-the-wall, get people out of their comfort zone kind of chess, I still think we'll see at least 2 Caro-Kanns this week from the Knights.
Yeah. I played a bunch of blitz games with Bortnik, and he's a pretty positional player, so I think Caro-Kann is definitely in the cards. And then from what it sounds like for you guys, like Hikaru could play it, Fedoseev could play it. I mean, all we need is 2 games, so definitely over for that.
Cool.
All right, this one is kind of ridiculous because I think, to be honest, the over-under here is not. I think this is one where the books made a bit of a mistake. Vegas made a mistake here. How many games will start the horsey move? If Knight F3 wasn't excluded, this would be. If it was excluded, it would be really interesting. The problem is a lot of people play Knight F3 these days in chess. It's a good opening move. It's like actually a legitimate opening move, and it's a way to get a game and get out of theory. So if Knight F3 was excluded, I would easily say take the under. Or I'd come because Knight A3 is not happening in any of these games. Knight H3 also is not happening. Knight C3 could happen, but probably wouldn't happen. But Knight F3, I mean, come on, like I like to play Knight F3. Like it's a really legit move. So over for sure.
They should add a black component to it, like Knight F6, Nimzo, Alakine. That would be interesting as well.
Yeah,
maybe for future weeks.
This is the easiest over there is, Matt. And if I'm wrong about this, like I should never.
We're clipping it. Yeah,
seriously. like
if you told me this question for a match, I would still take the over. And this is for the whole league.
This is the whole league. Yeah, that's the thing. The whole league. So that would be if all the players in the league conspire against me to not play Knight F3, I'm protesting in some way. So
that would be an epic prank. It's like Ashton Kutcher comes on, be like, "We punked you." Like,
yeah.
Ashton, by the way, if you want to be a guest on the Checkout Show, reach out to Kassa@chess.com, and we'd love to have you. I'm just kidding.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
So next up, how many games will board 4 players win in week 3? Over 12.5, under 12.5?
That's a good question. So basically, just for context here, board 4 players will get to play at least. We usually play 4 games. If there's a blowout, they might only play 3. If there's a tie break, they might play 5. But you're usually going to play 4 games. And there's 16 teams, so there's 16 board 4s. And so you're basically asking, can 16 board 4s all get 1 point?
Yeah, that's like 20% or something.
And in one of those games, in each matchup, they'll be playing against another board 4, which means you're betting basically on one of them winning and not going to a draw. So I highlighted under by accident here, but I'm gonna guess over. I think we've seen some really strong board 4s, including our guest from last week, Josephine Heinemann, from the Berlin Bears. So I have faith in the balance of talent, and I think over 12.5 for.
So can we do some math here for a second? So let's just for my edification, let's just assume that the board 4s basically win all their games against other board 4s, right? So that means there's 8 points right there.
Yep.
So basically it's like of the rest of their games, so what am I saying? Of the other 3 games that they play, 3 times 16 is 48, right? Right. So they were basically trying to score. We're trying to score
5 out of
5 out of 48.
So this is also wins though, not just like draws aren't included, right?
Correct.
Ooh, that's a good point. 5 wins. That's actually a tough ask.
So the counterpoint to that is some of these board 4s are really strong, like Ju and June. So that's what makes it even more interesting. They're not all like 22, 23 hundreds.
But a few get blanked. A few do get blanked. I'm going to take the over barely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to take the over because of the balanced teams. I think the balanced teams are going to make it interesting, and we're going to get a couple here and there from just some upsets.
And Vank86 in chat saying there's been some massive upsets already from board 4s, some of which we've covered on this show already. So definitely a good shout there. Let's keep it moving. How many wins will animal named teams score in week 3? All right, let's take a look here. So we have the bears. That's 1. The unicorns. Does that count as an animal or a mythical creature? We'll count it as an animal. So 1, 2, 3. The knights are not. The tigers are. That's 4. Canada chess bras. I don't think, even though
that's not an.
Yeah.
But the cobras are.
Yeah,
cobras are an animal. And so are the shrimps. So we got 6.
Capybaras.
And the capybara is 7.
All right, 7 teams. And they got a score 41.
That's so. I hate these questions are so hard. Oh man.
How many wins? So this requires a decent amount of math.
This is like 64 times 4 then for the total number of games, because we did that for board 4s. So now we have to do it for the whole. So it's like what?
So it's 256.
Yeah, 256 total games, and then you have to take a percentage of, because it's 7 out of that many.
It's not an even half. Unfortunately, it's going to be 40%.
I'm gonna close my eyes and take. I don't even want to think anymore. I'm just gonna close my eyes and just take the under.
Leave it to luck. I'll close my eyes and pick the over. Let's get another divergence here. We'll keep it going.
Man. All right, I like animals. Of course, I'm an animal lover, so I'm gonna take the over. There we go. That's the logic I'm going with.
I love it. Okay, next up, how many wins will the Spanish Maniac Shrimp score versus the Charlotte Cobras in week 3? Over 4.5, under 4.5.
Man, I've been as a fellow Cobras alumnus here. I've been sort of I've tried to maintain on the bandwagon. I mean, it's not much of a bandwagon, but I've tried to stay on the horse essentially the last few weeks. This is a matchup they have to win. The Cobras, they have to win.
And I believe it's a must-win for the Shrimp too, right?
Is it a must-win for the Shrimps?
Yeah, I think the Shrimps are 0-2.
Oh man, yeah, they're 0. Yeah, these are 2 teams at the bottom of the barrel right now.
Back up against the wall, they got to fight their way out of the corner.
Man, all right, I need to look at the matchups again. So
there's this 2100 playing, or 22. So he might get farmed. There, you do have to like factor that in.
Oh, Candela Francisco. I'm guessing. She might be a bit of a target this game. But basically what you're essentially asking is how many wins will they score if will they get over 5 wins? Will they get 5 wins against the Cobras? If they get 5 wins, that means it's the first 8.5. So that would be like 8.5, 5, 6.5.
Score that we go for. Okay, yeah.
Wait, 5.5. That'd be 5.5. 10.5. Yeah, I don't think they're going to get 5 wins. Respectfully, I think it's going to be under 4.5 because I just think the Cobras have to show something this week. I will never bet on the Cobras again if they let me down here.
I am betting on a Cinderella story, and I'm following my optimism. I want the Shrimps to win over 5 and potentially upset the Cobras. So I'm going with the over. We got another divergence.
All right.
I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna go with the Shrimp. I like Shrimp.
Yeah, Shrimp are tasty.
I mean,
right?
They have a very balanced team outside board 4, very strong all 26. And I think they're going to be able to hit some matchups for the Cobras. So
I was just looking at the lineups, and I see here that for week 3, the Cobras lineup is Oparin board 1, Irina Crush board 2, Andrew Tang board 3, and Elshan board 4. Now maybe those board orders will be going to be switched up, but I just feel like none. I feel like if Irina Crush can hold her own and be in good form, I think she's gonna. All of them should score a few points. I
think the match swings on Irina and Elshan. Like they'd have to because they're going to be playing very good people.
Yeah, for sure. Oof! All right, man, that's a tough one. All right,
it is.
Moving on.
Yep. How many bishops for the Shanghai Tigers fianchetto in week 3?
So what's funny about this is. You can think about this from white openings or black openings, right? So a fianchetto, just to define.
I mean, Queen's Indian too, right?
Yeah, oh my gosh, it's also, you can fianchetto the Queen's Bishop too. I totally forgot that's a possibility. So you really have to have knowledge of the openings of the Tigers. These are all very lineup specific questions this week. My goodness, this is
I'm just betting on fianchettos in general. It doesn't have to be a specific opening. It tends to happen a lot. I'm going with the over, just kind of blindly here.
Yeah, the number seems very low for how often. Like I don't even fianchetto that much, and I still fianchetto.
Yeah, let's take the over. Let's take the over. You've convinced me. I was literally gonna think like. I don't think Wei plays any like D4 openings. Like with White, he's playing like E4, so he's not fianchettoing ever really. But then maybe there's Grunfeld, there's King's Indian.
Even Najdorf with like A6, B5, Bishop B7. That's a fianchetto. Is it?
I don't think so. I think so. You're saying like A6, B. I think a fianchetto is the triangle. Yeah. But I think it's still over. I think it's an over.
Okay, last up. How many games will last more than 60 moves in week 3? 60 moves. Now, this is something that you explained in past weeks, Kassa, that there are specific conditions in games where they'll go extra long just because of the specific end game that they're in. Could you explain that again?
So basically, and Deepak will be familiar with this too. So they're playing with some increment, and so when you play with increment, you're gaining time with your moves, and so given that I believe they're gaining 2-second increment. I should verify that, but if that is actually the case, and you're gaining time, then basically there can be more moves towards the end of the game, even if you're suffering. Now. The problem I have with this question is I do think they're going to be games over 60 moves. 23 games over 60 moves is actually not a small number. And most games, I think the average game is probably about 40. And so 60 is a tough ask. 23 out of 256 games, right? We're saying like a little less than 10% of games are over 60 moves. Like
that's crazy.
I mean, there'll for sure be 5 games over 60. In fact, there'll for sure be 10 games over 60. I would probably guess safely there's probably about 15 games over 60, 20-ish. I just don't know. It's kind of like you're betting with optimism or not. I don't know. Another thing is I don't have the context of a previous week in front of me, so it's really I feel like I'm going blind here, but I think I'm going to take the under there.
Going under. I'm leaning towards under as well.
So I think it's going to be close, and I kind of naturally prefer attacking games. So I'm going to go for under as well.
So he's picking in his interest as well here.
Yeah. Also, like an endgame can still end in under 60 moves. I don't think that's too crazy.
It's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
How many points will the black pieces score in week 3? So what would be half? Half of the games, like if we're doing a equal 50-50 split.
So if there's 256 games, right? So half would be 128.
So 128 total points. And then, that's if black wins half the games. We need to take into account draws. We should take into account, white having a slight statistical advantage with the advantage of first move. So I personally I'm just going to bet the statistics here and say I'm going to say 120. So just a little bit less than white.
I'm gonna say it's a week where black is, just doing their thing. So I'm gonna say, they're gonna get a little bit more than half, and I'm gonna go with 135.
Yeah, I think faster time controls too kind of favors black because they have less to prove. So I do think black's gonna do well, and I'm gonna put it at. All right, I'll go 140. I'll be the optimist of the group.
All right. So we have some people chiming in chat saying 120 is way too much. That would mean black is winning most of the games.
So are we mistaken that I thought there's 256 games played if everyone gets 4 rounds in a week?
I think we're counting both sides of the board, though. I think it's 124. Or 128, excuse me.
Yeah.
Wait, it's 128 total games?
No, it's 256, but 128 would mean black won half the games, which would be kind of insane.
Right. So I'm actually saying black is going to score better than white this week. So I'm comfortable with my 135.
Yeah. What Popcorn's saying is that out of 256 games, it means that there are 128 total points possible. Because like a draw would be 0.5. So I think we just need to cut our guesses in half. I think he's actually right. So I'm changing mine to 60. Otherwise, we're saying like they win every game. They win more games than what's possible.
Yeah, they say a lot of chess players are supposed to be like these brilliant math folks. I'm not that, so I'm just like I'm just basically showing this on full display here. Okay, so if it's 128 total possible, I just want to take a little bit more than half. So then I would go with 64 would be even. I'm going to go with 71.
There we go. So I guess 60. That just translates from my initial guess. Deepak, what you got?
Yeah, so I still like black, and since my birthday is June 9th, I'm going to go with 69.
There we go. I like it. Right in the middle there. All right, and the last one is what team you support in the PCL. That doesn't change week to week for me, so I'm supporting the Chess Bras this season.
It's almost changing for me. I mean, come on, guys, the Cobras. What's going on? I need to see some results. I mean, do you need me to jump in? Be a little tag team, a little sub here because
they might
I have not been pleased with the results thus far. But I'm holding on for dear life here. Stick around, Cobras. Let's go. Depending on how this week's goes against the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, you might not be able to pick them anymore this season. So,
last time you do it.
We'll see. Once you do this, it's actually really cool. They send you a graphic that you can post on social media, post on Twitter, whatever, that of the team that you support. Just a reminder to shout the support for your team, help the PCL get out there so more people are watching it and into it. That'll only help awareness. It'll help the prize pool get bigger in the future and help our sport grow. So consider sharing it. Again, last minute or two here to get your highlighted chat messages in for entries for the Diamond membership for chess.com. That gets you 3 months. Unlimited game reviews, unlimited puzzles. If you want to get better at chess, it's a great way to do it, and you don't have to come out of your pocket. It's on us. And yeah, guys, any final words for wrapping the show and shifting gears into the next segment of the stream?
Well, I gotta ask you guys, how do you guys do this for 2 hours and never touch your hair? Like, I naturally touch my hair a lot, and you guys haven't done it once.
Well, I mean, I guess maybe Matt, it's easier to answer that, right?
I mean, I don't know. I don't really think about it.
I do this like all the time.
I guess I do that a little bit. I haven't done that at all in 2 hours.
I don't know.
I don't even realize. I probably like pick my nose and scratch my eyes. And, I don't know. I don't even think about what I'm doing. I just try to commentate.
I mean, I have a lot of hair, but I think like to me, I honestly, when I do tie my hair up, and I do tie it up probably more often than I have it down these days, I do like to have a little bit in the front, like a little bit, like a little dribble in the front. If that's the case, then I'm fine. And you know, I'm handling the mouse, making these moves. So I don't have no time to touch my hair that much. But you look like you got the
I do the little bit in the middle too.
Yeah, and you got the like, you got it. Is it the jet? There's some gel going on, or some mousse or something going on that's adding
All natural,
some
baby. All natural.
All natural, baby. Okay, all right. Well, same here. So, yeah, my hair is all over the place, per usual. So, yeah. But anyways, it's been a real pleasure to have you, Deepak. I know I think you're sticking around with Matt. So, and you're gonna continue with this, doing some chess work here. But it's a super pleasure to have you as a guest, and you know, also someone we both know. You know, Matt and I, you know, both have had relationships with you for, you know, many years. So really appreciate you, you know, hopping on and adding some much needed context to the games, to the fantasy, to sports. So I love to hear it. And also, we'd be remiss if we didn't say that you've been kind of on a tear yourself, chess-wise, the past, you know. I mean, I can't even say the last few months, really the last few years, you really had like a second
wave,
renaissance, essentially, when a lot of people kind of like, you know, start to wind down. You've really picked it up. What has been the key for you?
So I think something I've realized is you need to grow. So like, especially this last summer, like I went to Europe, but I started playing C4, D4, C5, Benko. Like I was always in this box before of openings. Like I play this, and that's it. And then like, if you don't grow, you're going to get stuck. And I definitely felt myself getting stuck. So I started growing, like watching chess.com, the blitz battles are amazing. Watching grandmasters beat grandmasters is probably the biggest thing. And then also doing opening work. So that is, I think, how I've gotten some results recently.
I believe it. I've seen it. So.
And and both our co-host, International Master Kassa Korley, and our guest, Deepak, are on track to earn the coveted Grandmaster title. Both have been climbing their whole lives, competing really well, have earned points in their norms, and are kind of just dotting their I's, crossing their T's, getting there. So if you want to come back and learn from some great chess players reviewing some awesome top tier games, we do this every Monday. Check out show Mondays covering the Pro Chess League. Your checkmates, maybe some knockouts sprinkled in there, but during PCL League, we are all about the Pro Chess League. So if you want to come back, learn from guys like this, it's every Monday. And yeah, any final words, guys?
Peace.
It's a lot of fun. Thanks for having me, guys.
Can we'll take care, Kassa. Enjoy the rest of your night, and Deepak, let's get into this chess lesson, huh?
Should I, just for my edification, can I leave the call entirely? You have the logistics set up, so you don't need me in here or anything.
Yeah, you can leave, and I'll just restructure a little bit if I need to. So no
cool.
problem.
Yeah, no. By the way, for people watching at home, Matt is totally, you know, running the show, doing all the production stuff, and you know, from every week, it's the skill level is just like. He started off maybe like 1,600. Then he was 2,000 last year. Now he's like 2,350. So every week the dynamic changes and it's getting better and better. So a really, really great job, and peace out, folks.
All right, take care, Kassa. Thank you. Yeah, it's still learning this whole streaming thing, still getting down how to do this all, but we're actually gonna hop over to the board. I'm gonna just do a little bit of technical stuff. Deepak, do you want to tell people a little bit more about yourself and specifically where to find you? Because you do upload on YouTube, you have streamed. You know, where can people learn from you?
So you can definitely find me on YouTube, D Aaron Chess, as well as Twitch. I'm trying to put out a YouTube video every week. I put one out today about I play the youngest grandmaster, Abi Mishra, and I actually was lucky enough to win this game. It was a really cool back and forth. You can definitely check that out. I'm going to be streaming a lot more, probably midday or late night. Those are my two windows that I'll be looking at. So you can find me there. And then I'm also just based out of Atlanta, Georgia, just like Matt, playing tournaments. I actually run tournaments as well, on Tuesdays, and then once a month, a pretty big one in Atlanta. So if you guys are ever in Atlanta, definitely check out wolfchess.org. That's going to have all the information for tournaments and everything else.
Awesome. And on Twitch, we had it up on the other screen, but where can people find you on Twitch if they want to watch you streaming and you doing your thing?
Yeah, so D Aaron Chess. Just like YouTube, it's the same name, trying to make it easy and consistent. DAARON. And then if you don't know how to spell chess, probably work on that first.
Yeah. Nice. And tell us more about what you have coming up, maybe, like kind of where you've been in this journey to Grandmaster. And,
yeah, so I have
what you have coming up.
So I have all my international master norms. So right now I'm trying to get my FIDE up to officially become international master. But once again, the goal is grandmaster. So that's where I'm trying to get to. As far as tournaments, I'm probably going to be playing Florida in a couple of weeks. And then 2 weeks after, there's a Georgia State Championship, end of March. So I'll be playing that. After that, the schedule's a bit open. I might be playing Foxwoods. Summer, though, is always the time for chess. Summer is where there's tournaments all the time. There's the back-to-back in July in Philly. There's World Open and Philly International. And then a bunch of friends are planning to go to Europe after to just go play a bunch of tournaments. It's beautiful in Europe, 100%. I recommend if you've never played chess in Europe, it's something you got to do. And you're in Europe, which is amazing. So it's a win-win.
I love it. Yeah, great recommendations. And even if you aren't doing it to become better at chess, like Deepak's talking about, it's a great thing to just get out in the world and go explore what other cultures have to offer. I've learned more about being from being abroad than I have in any classroom or any kind of like heads down study. If that is if that's on your bucket list, there's no time like the present, especially now that the world is back open. You can get back out there and explore the world, explore yourself, become a better version of yourself. You've been 100%. On quite the personal development kick, man. Like not just on the chess front, but like you're involved with so much stuff, right? You've been doing martial arts for a while. You've gotten into stand-up comedy recently. What are all the things that you're focusing on right now?
So kind of a cool story to start it all off is like I just started boxing because I thought it was cool. I'll get in shape. And then I remember like I did it because I was like scared of ever getting in a fight. And as I got better at boxing, and you definitely have some tough days, but as I got better, I started learning that if you face your fears, like you can actually have so much fun doing these things that you're normally scared of. So boxing is one, jiu-jitsu is another one. Jiu-jitsu is even nicer because you don't get punched. Like being choked is not that bad. Being choked is not bad. You just tap and you're like, all right, let's do it again. And then stand-up comedy is a lot of fun. Just that skill of being able to talk in front of a bunch of people, be confident with yourself, be smooth, and be able to adapt to an environment that's changing. I think that's a very important life skill. And obviously, like I think the first time I got a bunch of laughs, like, and it wasn't even like a bunch of laughs, like a crowd, like a huge crowd, but it felt good. And like people came up to me after, were like, "Hey man, your set was really good." It's like one of the best feelings in life. So like the runner's high, there's comedy high, there's boxing high, all these things, and then you feel yourself getting better. You meet more people. So I mean, really, just win, in my opinion.
Beautiful. Yeah, great advice. And all right, we have successfully filled enough time for me to figure out all the tech stuff. Good work. And how does that look? I think it looks all right. It'll do, right? For a little lesson.
Are you in the classroom, or how do I see it?
Yeah, come to the classroom, and I just cut out the names, and we're on like a blank board. So
Gotcha.
we can also go to a completely blank board if we want, but if we just go to that same classroom link, we can just start from nothing. So
like you can see the first move?
Yep, that's D4.
So you want to do Stonewall Dutch or you want to do French? Can definitely go over some fun.
Yeah, let's cover the French first, because I feel like a lot of people have heard of that and might want to play it. And then we'll go over the Stonewall as well afterwards. And then we'll have those two as kind of baselines for us to revisit next week when we do a lesson after the checkout show or whatever. But yeah, guys, the intention here is we want to not just cover really high level chess. We want to be applying these lessons that we learn from the checkout shows and have things to work on week to week. We'll be hosting more amateur arenas that we did with Outpost Chess, like the one yesterday. So if you want to participate in those, if you want to practice things with me week to week, we'll be doing these lessons. We'll be learning more openings, responses. We'll be having little challenges. We'll be giving away more chess.com memberships or maybe some merch. And so the intention is for us to get to all learn and practice together. So there's kind of the framing or the context for all this. And then Deepak, you can take it away.
Yeah, also I like to especially teach openings in the beginning as simple as possible. So the great thing about the French, and especially coupled with the Stonewall Dutch, is your first two moves will always be the same except for one case. And I'll show you this one case. So instead of e4, so actually first I'll show you this. So the French is going to start e4, e6, d4, d5. So against everything, you're going to start out e6, d5. Stonewall Dutch too. Now I'll show you the exception. So if they go f3, e6, g4, you're not going to go d5 here. Why aren't you going to go d5, Matt?
Because checkmate's on the board. If you swing this this queen in to h4, we don't have any squares for the king to go.
Yeah, so you can close your eyes unless they go f3, g4, which has happened to me once in my life.
No way.
It was like some kid in high school. So
wow. Okay.
Anyway,
we have someone from Nambi in the chat. Welcome, Professor. Who do we have? Anjala. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the movers.
Awesome. So e4, e6, d4, d5. And now the one that's the most common is going to be the exchange French. Everyone loves to capture pieces. So a little backstory about the exchange French. At the highest level, it's very frowned upon because it's like, come on, we're playing chess here. Like, you should try to play for some advantage. Basically, exchange French is just kind of very equal. And if you're playing white, you generally want to be more ambitious of a chess player and try to get some kind of advantage, or at least try to get some kind of advantage. So what we're going to do to combat the exchange French to make it interesting is we're going to castle queenside. So when you castle queenside, it's like a very different type of pace in the game. Generally, you castle kingside, you develop your pieces, you develop everything. Life is kind of slow, steady, and nice. But when you castle opposite sides, it's more like a race. Like, you're trying to get them and they're trying to get you, and whoever gets there first is going to win. So let's start out with like bishop g4, bishop e2, knight c6, castle, and we're going to go queen d7. So this is kind of the generic kind of setup that you're going to go for. Let's say he goes rook e1, trying to put you in this line of fire. Now he has threats like bishop a6, bishop b5, these discover checks. We're just going to castle, and let's say they go knight d2. So this is where we get to like the kind of the starting point of the middle game. We've castled queenside, he's castled kingside. So do you know what pawn storming is? Have you heard about this term, Matt?
Yeah, so and you know, the theory is whatever side they castle on, especially if you've castled the other way, you want to be putting pressure on the king's position. So pawn storming would be getting these kingside pawns involved in your attack.
Mm-hmm. And why this is kind of special for castling kingside versus castling queenside is if you guys both castle the same size, if you push all these pawns, your king gets exposed, right? Because your king is here and his bodyguards are not in front of him. But when you castle opposite sides, now you can push everything. And if you like, I really like to try to break down how you're trying to attack here, because when I tell someone you should attack, it's not specific enough. So really, when you're attacking, your goal is to get rid of the pawns in front of your opponent's king. These are his bodyguards. That is the president. If you get rid of the bodyguards, you're going to be able to get to the president. So if we could trade these three for these three, we'd be super happy. That is kind of our objective here, and that's what he should be trying to do on his side. So generally, the way to push is to go f6, g5, and h5. This is going to be the way to kind of play and try to play for a win for black in exchange French. Makes sense?
It does. Yep. And just you know, a general question. in the French, are we always castling queenside? Are they always castling kingside? Is this always going to be the case, or is this just a general theme to look out for?
Yeah, so great question, because this is the only place you castle queenside in the exchange French.
There we go.
Pretty much all the Frenches, you're going to castle kingside, and let me tell you why. So if we go back to this board, so d4, d5, and then let's say we take the advanced French, for example. If we go c5 here, c3, knight c6, it's not going to make a lot of sense to castle queenside because we've already pushed these 2 pawns. One of our bodyguards is kind of absent on leave. He's out to war. So that's a big reason why we don't castle queenside in this, because he can push these pawns and do it super fast because we've pushed the pawn. So only really in the exchange French, and that is why the exchange French is very different from all the other Frenches. Like if you compare the exchange French to everything else, it's way, way different. The structures, the positions, because generally you're going to see these more close positions with the advanced French, for example.
Makes sense. Okay.
Now let's couple this with the Stonewall Dutch. So let's say that they go d4, e6. So remember, we're always starting out the same way. We're going to go e6 and then d5. If he goes e4 here, we're just back into French. So now, when do we go Stonewall Dutch? When do we go French? So let me say, for example, c4, d5. So you did your 2 moves. You went e6, d5. Now you basically open your eyes and you look, was there a pawn on e4? If there was a pawn on e4, then it's going to be a French. But here, there's no pawn on e4. So now we're going to go Stonewall Dutch. So let's say knight c3, and we're going to be Stonewall Dutch like this. Makes sense?
Okay.
And then, okay,
now one thing I've always been taught is don't move this f pawn. Don't remove this really weak side of the king. Why are we doing this? What's the thinking here?
So the idea here is we want to control space. So a lot of times you're going to see with let me show you the King's Indian, for example. So if they go d4, knight f6, this is a very popular opening played by Fallujah, Hikaru. I mean, also very just legit opening too. But you can see here, who has more space, white or black?
Well, definitely white.
Yeah, so he's got the whole center. But now if you compare this to the Stonewall Dutch, if we go e6, c4, d5, here and here, for example. Now, is it very clear who has more space? At least in the center of the board.
Yeah, I mean the black pieces are controlling the white squares here in the center.
Yes. And also, you have pawns in the center, where in the other one, white dominated the center by having all the pieces here, right? Mm-hmm. So you build this wall, and another thing with this wall, as long as you don't fall for some queen h5 check, let me show you kind of a generic way to develop here. Like this, and this is kind of the position you're going to see a lot, especially from the black side. Another advantage of the Stonewall Dutch is you can do it against every single opening after g4. So you don't have to spend so much time learning a bunch of move orders, learning these different tactics. You can focus more on getting better at chess, becoming better at the middle game or the end game. Because you have your wall, you have your pieces, you have your plan. Now you're free to do other stuff.
No, it makes sense. Okay, so we're looking for this castle, and then our rook also has more. Oh, we went back.
Yeah. So I
okay,
can
cool. Yeah, keep going.
So so we go f5, take the center, basically take the center. Mm-hmm. And now another thing I try to tell people who are new is your goal in the opening is going to be to castle, develop, and take the center and control the center. So Stonewall is doing all those things, and it's doing it all very fast. So I think basically up to 1400 in real life chess, a USTF rating or FIDE rating, Stonewall is great. And then you can start building and adding more openings. But if you're trying to learn an opening fast, always be able to play it, not have to worry about memorizing a bunch of different variations, this is a great base point.
Makes sense.
So next we build our basic wall. Now we're going to develop our pieces to castle. Generally, knights come out first, so we're going to go knight f6, e3, and then one thing to know here is before you go bishop d6, go c6 and finish building this wall like this.
Okay.
And then boom, boom, castle, and now it's time to play some chess.
Cool. So one thing that I've also been taught is backwards pawns are targets for you or for your opponent.
Yep.
So this one it looks a little scary to me. So like a move like knight g5, you know, we're getting some good attacking lines for white. How do you defend against something like this?
So right now this pawn, even though it looks weak, is kind of defended because we have the bishop and we have pawns in front of it. So for example, a bad move here, let's say he goes here, would be to take on c4. Because now this is a serious target, right? You have the bishop, there's no pawn blocking. White can definitely attack this pawn. So that's why generally when you build a wall, you want to keep it intact. So as much as you can when you build this wall, keep the wall intact and work through the holes, like almost like you're an archer on the top of a wall. Shoot through the cracks, but keep the wall intact because that's going to keep you safe. If they play knight g5, let's say for example, bishop d2, knight d7, and then knight g5. A move that I always like is queen e7. So you can just come here and protect this pawn. And then and then you can always hit him with a no parking sign pretty soon after and tell him to leave the area too, right?
And just kick him. He has to go right back where he came from.
Exactly. Now, let me show you one more cool thing about the Stonewall Dutch is if you flip the board and you're white, you can just play the Stonewall Dutch. Now, generally you're not going to go e3 first, you're going to go d4. But let's say he goes d5, e3, knight f6, f4, we built the wall. e6, knight f3, let's say c5, c3. You see how we're getting the same exact thing, but we're up a move? So another bonus of the Stonewall Dutch is you learn 2 openings at the same time, and you can play this against everything, and it's just a slightly better version.
Interesting. Okay. So pretty good for chess boxing too, when you think about it. If you want to learn one thing deeply, and have a pretty solid response to anything that your opponent throws at you, Stonewall could be a good option.
Yeah. Especially if you're a boxer first, and your goal is to make sure you just get the position, there's nothing super crazy going on, Stonewall is perfect. Most of the time, you're not going to lose fast. As long as you stick to the script and don't try to do anything like deviate, make some weird moves, make some holes in your position like this, for example, you will always be okay. You have defense set up, and then you'll see this a lot. Like your opponents, like I talked about this during the show earlier. If your opponent tries to do too much, the Stonewall is actually a very good attacking opening. There's a very strong base to this attack. So if they start making wild moves, they start like moving their king, moving random pawns, you just go through the middle. You have this strong outpost, which is always like, let me just like make this. This is another very strong point of the Stonewall and the Stonewall Dutch. You put this knight on e5, it controls a lot of squares, and if they take it, they're actually going to open up their king. Now you have the f file and these bishops, and especially this guy who looks like he's asleep. Let me show you, for example, just some random moves. This guy who looks like he's asleep. Now you got 2 snipers waiting to attack your opponent.
Wow. Yep.
So a lot of attacking potential too.
Cool. And what are some other like themes or piece development ideas to have when in either version of the Stonewall? Like where are we what are some general targets for our pieces?
Yeah, so I think something you told me in boxing is like when you're fighting someone, you don't watch their eyes, you watch their chest. That way you can see where their body's going. Same thing in chess, like you want to watch where their king goes. Don't look at all the pawn moves, what's going on. Wherever their king is, that's where, your goal is to checkmate. So you're going to look at that king and find a way to get there. So if he castles kingside, something that I love is the rook lift. And I'll actually show you one of the coolest tactics. And my students have gotten this in tournaments and like literally just won a game without playing against people who are 16, 17, 1500 rated in real life. So let me just give you a couple. Obviously, they're not going to make such random moves, but let me just show you kind of the best case. So here, it looks like this pawn is protected because the knight is defending h7. But here, we can go bishop takes pawn, knight takes, and now queen h5. And this is actually just lights out. So queen h5, if he tries to run, we actually don't even take here. We take on f7. Now we push him to the corner, and then white to play and win here.
One option is to move the queen back. It feels a little slow though. So I think bringing the knight in with a check looks pretty good.
More than pretty good. I think it's just GG, right?
Yeah.
King back in the corner. So this is a nice kind of idea. And even if, let's say he goes g6, now you have an extra piece in the attack and trying to berate this king side. So
okay, so do we go ahead and get sacrificial here? Are we sacking Sacking, bringing in. He's wide open.
So this is another great question. Like, when do we kind of go for this final breakthrough? When do we go for the knockout punch? So kind of a formula that I've kind of seen is if you're +2 on attack, if you have 2 more attackers than defenders, generally that's enough to break through. So here, unfortunately, it's almost like 1, 2, and you can even count this pawn against 1, 2, 3. So we can't quite sacrifice yet. So what we would try to do is bring more pieces. So one great maneuver is going knight d2, exact, boom. You're right on. It's almost like a step ladder. Yeah, and now let's just show if he makes random moves like this, this, and this. And okay, another great thing about the stone wall is it's very locked up here. So I know it makes it seem like I'm making just waste moves, but a lot of times Black is going to ask themselves, what am I doing? Well, what do I actually do here? And that's when they kind of lash out and they do stuff like this. They capture, because they're lashing out. But what's really happening is we're bringing our pieces in. We're improving our position. And then now...
Makes sense. It's like that Mayweather defense we were talking about before. It's so solid that they're eventually going to have to start taking risks.
Exactly.
And opening themselves up, which means counter punches, which means, grandmaster, long con, end game kind of play.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see, like, they start getting tired, the hands start here, and they start getting here. Once you see the hands really start dropping, that's when you can start swinging back. So, I mean...
Vank86 says in the chat, you just won Connect 4.
I just won Connect 4. I guess that's true.
We have another friend that is international master in Atlanta who, if he's not playing chess, he's playing Connect 4 or ping pong. Shout out to Carlos Partomo.
He takes Connect 4 really seriously, too. Like, I think...
He does. He takes everything he competes in very seriously.
Like, we were at chess club, and I think Carter beat him the week before. Then he shows up, and he's like, all right, Carter, we're playing today.
He shows up with Connect 4? And he got beat by Carter? Wow, he doesn't lose much in Connect 4. That's funny,
but then he wiped the floor with him the next day. Because
he's been practicing all week.
Yeah.
He's been studying theory.
So.
I love it. Okay, cool. Okay, Stonewall time. I like it. I mean, should I play a few games with the Stonewall? I can't get like coached, but
so
we can.
I'll watch because I also have to go. I'm actually gonna go boxing soon.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Go do your thing, and then we can cover these in another stream, or maybe after next week's show.
The best thing would be play a bunch of games, have them in your archive, and then next week we can scroll through, click through, and try to check out the games, see specifically, okay, what can we try to fix, what is different, stuff like that.
Perfect. That sounds fun. Okay, let's do
awesome.
it. We'll have a great training session.
Yep.
Glad you're getting in the gym, getting some more work in, and we'll have some updates coming everyone's way on the chess boxing front, and obviously more checkout shows to come in every Monday moving forward. Awesome. So, Deepak, thank you so much for being here. Tell everyone again where to find you.
Yeah. So first thing, thanks for having me. I had a lot of fun. Like 2 hours and 40 minutes never went by so fast. I love talking chess, hanging out with you guys. So I hope you guys enjoyed the content, the jokes we had, fun times, the games we looked at. You can find me on Instagram at DAARON.3 or Twitch and YouTube at DAARONCHESS. D Aaron Chess.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much again for being here, and yeah, with that, I'll bid you adieu. Have a great training session, and guys, I think we're gonna shift gears a little bit. So yeah, take care, man.
Peace.
See ya. All right, let's get over to chatting. I know it's a blank screen right now, guys. I know. Let's see if we can bring this webcam back. Maybe not. Man. One sec. I'm turning on my nice camera. We're shifting gears. Yeah, ignore the completely blank screen here. Let's go. Pull it up. The reason why I don't use this for the checkout show is because I haven't figured out how to keep it from going into like battery safe mode for more than like an hour and a half. And I don't want to like have the technical difficulty in between. So in the future, I'll be in this definition. But for now, we got my webcam and that's what it takes. So real quick, I'm going to go ahead and reminder to hop in the Discord. As soon as stream's done, I'm going to go through our process for like counting entries and announcing a winner. I'll do that tonight or tomorrow. So if you aren't already in the Discord, go hop over there. Thanks for all the highlighted messages. And in the future, even if you don't win this week, come back next week. It's an easy way to scoop up a 3-month membership, which I think is like, I mean, maybe it's close to like, I don't know, $50 or something? Maybe $100? I don't know. But yeah, check that out. No pun intended. That is the name of our show. Sorry for the lame humor. But I hope you enjoyed it. And for those still sticking around from the show, what do you think of the format? Do you have any feedback on what we do, how we do it? Yeah, Jack's Attack. Thank you for sending that like troubleshooting. And I did change one setting from it was set to 10 minutes. I set it to the maximum of 30 minutes. But I don't think that was it, because what was happening was this camera would go out in like 90 minutes to 2 hours, which doesn't align with like that power save mode thing. So, I mean, maybe I actually need to go the opposite way and set it to like power saving mode earlier so that it's saving my power for longer. Because I think, yeah, there wasn't an option to turn it off entirely. And because it was set to 10 minutes, like obviously it was lasting longer than 10 minutes. So I actually think it's a battery life issue more than it's like a power save mode issue, which I know they're probably connected. To answer your question, Vank86, it is a Sony A6500. And I don't know exactly how to fix this issue. But if you could help me figure it out, I think I know I would be extremely appreciative. I'm just looking down here. I messaged Dina Belankaya about this too. She has a very similar camera, and she asked her community how to fix it. She was experiencing the same issues. So, you know, hopefully we can figure it out. I do think I'm going to play a different game. I think we're going to have some fun with some like really, really nostalgic, really close to my heart kind of gaming content now, especially while we still have some viewers left over from the checkout show. I know they're dropping like flies. It's okay, we aren't covering chess anymore, but I've been playing a RPG game called RuneScape for 18 years. And actually, instead of switching to RuneScape, I'm almost more tempted to play something like an auto chess. I'm more tempted to play TFT because I think chess players will understand it. There's a lot of piece synergies, control of space, all that kind of stuff. So I think a quick check in chat. Has anyone played any auto chess games or similar kind of card games like a Hearthstone or a Teamfight Tactics? Are we familiar with those? And if not, are you interested in seeing a little gameplay? And it looks like Dina just asked a few more questions, so I don't have a fix for it yet, but it sounds like she has had some success. So hopefully we have a fix, maybe before the end of the stream, before this thing dies. We will see. Also, my throat's feeling a little raspy for talking for the last like 3 hours or so. So I'm gonna grab a quick water. One thing I do want to show you guys is we talked a lot about chess boxing, and while I go for a quick water break, I'll just show you this this video so you can learn about what it is, and I'll be right back.
Like, I'm definitely the white pieces. Like, he picked up the wrong colored piece and moved it down the board. Like, this is good news. And the referee noticed it around the same time I noticed it. He moved the rook back. And I was like, this is it. Like, this is my shot. I got to be really aggressive on the board right now. And right before the end of the third chess round, right before we have to go back into boxing, I end up checkmating him. He had like 200-300 people in his corner, like chanting his name and everything. And I had 3 American guys in my corner. Like, yeah, go Matt. And it was one of the best moments of my life. The most robust programs and events are in London and Paris, and they're like top tier in terms of entertainment, lighting, professional hosts, live streaming to multiple countries, all that kind of stuff that you would see in other sporting kind of events. So I think that this is a beautiful yin and yang, and it's multifaceted, and I think that's really exciting to watch and be a part of.
Oh, there we go. Cool. Hope you guys like that. Can you hear me? I actually don't see my microphone doing its thing. Can you hear me? Check, check. 1 2 1 2. Oh, good. Okay, cool. Yeah. Sorry that the first half of that there was no audio. You might have missed it. Do you have any questions about chess boxing? Have you heard of it before? Is this new to you? You know, like it's like my whole life. I love it. It's what I'm like now extremely addicted to. I've transitioned out of competing and into commentating and promoting. So I commentated Ludwig's chess boxing event in December, which helped put the sport on the map for a lot more people. But even before then, for about 5 years, I've been both competing and commentating in our international events in London and Paris and all over the place. So, yeah. Haven't heard of it before. Cool. Well, can't say that anymore. Awesome, guys. Well, though I saw your video before. Oh, cool. Okay. Le Master, are you from France by chance? Matt, are you using USB out of the camera or the micro HDMI? Apparently, on other Sony cams, if you're outputting video over HDMI, it disables the camera saver. Okay, let me try to understand that. To answer your question, I'm using USB to connect my camera to the computer. Belgium, I speak Dutch. Cool. Okay. Well, we have promotions in Paris. If you ever want to come to a chess boxing event, is where that was going. And actually, our May fight is in the south of France. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. Vank, yeah, I see what you're saying. I might need to do an HDMI to connect the camera and then use the USB for a power source. Is that what you're saying? Is that where that's going? Yep. Okay. So an HDMI cord would connect normally into the computer, obviously. But I think I would need an independent power source in order to plug in the camera so that it doesn't confuse using the USB as the connection for the video input. If it's outputting video but plugged in, it should ignore the battery saver. This is really helpful. Okay, so I need to get a standalone USB charger that plugs into my camera to just be a power source. And then I can use the little port right underneath it for an HDMI connection that I probably just need to buy a cord for. Cool. Something like a cell phone brick wall. Yeah, exactly. Okay, nice. I love it. Cool. Well, let me we'll get this chat. I don't know why the chat box isn't on already with this just chatting screen, but if we go ahead and pull up Teamfight Tactics, I forgot. Did anyone respond if they have played Teamfight Tactics or not yet? I really love the game, so I wanna play it. I think it's really similar to chess. I'm a little spent from chess, having just done the show and the learning the Stonewall. By the way, do you guys play the Stonewall too, or no? So let's see here. Switch over here. Looks like my webcam. Cool. I guess we'll put me, usually for other TFT streamers, we're like down here. And we'll also get the chat box. We'll put it on this side. Yeah. Cool beans. And let's search. You might be able to use a micro HDMI to USB adapter cable, since it's exactly to use it exactly like you already are. Oh, okay, good to know. But do I still need to have two inputs though to get both the camera or the video input and the power? Is that how it works? By the way, guys, if you're watching and you haven't followed, we are at 1,899 followers, so you could be the 1,900th follow. That's kind of cool. And thanks for all the new follows today. Also, Vank86, if you're in Discord, are you one of the 3 new people that have joined? Tapir Knight, Rygaroo. I don't think you're Bob. I saw him earlier in chat. So I want to make sure I reach out to the right people who win if you win. Oh, joined it a few months ago. Awesome. You've been in. That's right. Cool beans. Do you guys like my quote? All right. So we're loading up a game. If you haven't played this game before, it is called auto chess. It's like an auto chess genre where your pieces kind of function like chess pieces. They all do different things. So like, you know, instead of a bishop moving diagonally, you're gonna get someone like a Silas who's a renegade anima squad who has these different properties that has synergies with other pieces that are similar. Really interesting starting board. Basically what you're looking for is an item to start with, because all of these actual people are pretty interchangeable. So we're starting with this Laser Corpse Brawler with Renekton. And we have a belt on him with his extra health. It's considered a tank item in most cases. And we got another tank item. So that's a lot of extra health for an already pretty beefy brawler. And we get a free level 2 Renekton. Pretty sweet. And hopefully on this level, we get some econ or some gold pieces from these enemies. Because if we do, then we can get a piece synergy with this other Laser Corpse. See, he's Laser Corpse. So is Ashe. So if we get a little bit more money here, we can get an Ashe. And if we get even more money, we can get a Blitzcrank. Unfortunately, we can't. We didn't get the money. Thank you so much for the subscription. And that's your 3rd month. Man, you've been here since the very beginning. We've only been doing this about 3 months, coming up on 4 months. Pretty cool. We'll go ahead and get another brawler. We'll just be super tanky to start out this game. And I might actually go for the redemption over the Warmog's armor here. So instead of just extra health, I can invest in some healing, not just for Renekton, but for the other brawlers nearby him. So let's just go ahead and buy everything, because we can always sell it back for the same price at this stage. So we get an Aegis emblem and another V. That's just basically more tankiness. We can get a mascot emblem and a Yummy. That gets us some backline. That might be worth going for. Or we can get Jeweled Lotus, which is a pretty good item for building into AP, ability power. So I think we're going to build Brawler this game. So let's get another... Actually, no. Let's do a Yummy. We'll go ahead and throw that Yummy in for our backline. We'll go ahead and get this redemption going. We'll pick up another Renekton just to throw in. And we'll sell these not so usable to try to get closer to 10. If we do win this one, which it isn't likely because they leveled up before, we stayed at 3. But if we do win this one, actually, let's drop that on there. That might help us stay alive. We get some more healing there. So we might actually win now. I'm back. What I missed? Jack's attack. We switched from chess to an updated version of chess called Teamfight Tactics. And the way Teamfight Tactics work is they're the same kind of like piece combinations that you have in chess. Oh, I forgot to do the whoops, I forgot to level up. I think I'm into. We're actually gonna put this one in. We still get the brawler synergy and we add a heart synergy. Yeah, chess 2.0 exactly. But it's fun. It's similar to chess, so hopefully the audience, hopefully you guys still like it. Make me a little smaller so you can see this last option over here. Maybe we'll connect the bottom. This up and see the chat. Maybe we put the alert box. No, we'll keep it up in this corner. Nice. Okay. We have our setup. How are we doing this round? Looks like we're gonna get another win. And this time we get the interest of having 10 gold. Is there chess 1.0? Yeah, chess 1.0 is chess. So now we just keep investing in our front line. We have a super tanky front line so far. And I think we'll go ahead and pick up this... do we want this Yasuo? It's another Laser Corpse. I don't know how much we're building Laser Corpse anymore, though. I think we're doing more of like a brawler, mascot, heart kind of build right now. Which you can see from these piece synergies over here. And Vank, definitely no need to apologize. I just appreciate you wanting to be here, spending time with us, and subbing. Primer or not, we love the primers, because then you don't even have to spend your money. You spend Jeff Bezos' money. But yeah, it's always appreciated. All right, looks like this is gonna be our first loss. That's okay. We still took out one of their guys. Great. So he's trying to keep a full bench. That's super interesting. I feel like that kind of hurts Econ, but you're not. So we get another mascot emblem. If we get one of these spatulas, we get another mascot emblem. Looks like 2 are already gone though. We probably won't get it. So what do we want instead? We probably want another tank item. Oh my gosh, are we gonna get the spat? Nope. So we'll pick up this cloak. So now we have a Zephyr, which means we can eliminate one of the. I think we probably want to get this server in. Siver? Why did I know you'd say that? Oh. Lucky guess, I guess. Let's just put it here. It's weird that even though the Zephyr eliminates this this character for the first 5 seconds, that his effect of the Sunfire Cape still happened. You can see the fire still on the person. Kind of weird how that works. And it's hurting our healing, which is a bummer because we have both a healing item and a healing trait with Mascot and with the Redemption. Jack's Attack. If you haven't seen something like this and you like chess, you might like this too. Yeah, definitely want this guy in. So we're gonna level up after this round, and then we're gonna be able to get the sauna in. Actually, I think we're gonna get the sauna in this round instead of this other front line. I think we want a little bit more damage. So if you see me moving these characters around, we can set up our own board. So that's a little different than chess. You always have to start in the same position. For this, I can change around my pieces based off of how my opponents match up and whatever else. So I can actually scout all my opponents and who they're matched up against and how they go. So there's like a degree of APM, or actions per minute, that really good players have in this game. That you know, the more that you can like scout and change where people are and build items and shop and all these things, it's kind of the skill cap to the game. Barely did get the heal there. Man, really close. That guy was really close to dying, and then I like our one-on-one if that didn't happen. But we continue our lose streak, which sounds like a bad thing, but it's actually a good thing because you get more gold when you have a streak of losses. We'll go ahead. Oh man, this is kind of tough actually. Yeah, we're gonna level and Vi, and we'll get this Vi in. And we're also close to a level 3 Renekton already. Pretty good. Seems pretty fun. League and Dota have always seemed so overwhelming that I couldn't get into them. This simplifies it a bit. Absolutely. This actually helps you learn League as kind of like a baby step or a little chunk. Because you learn the characters and kind of how they work, which is part of the learning curve for League. So, yeah, I actually really like it as like a baby step to learning those types of games.
Here comes the punchline.
Man, I've been getting like all tank items. This might be a Jax game. So I actually think we want to get. another brawler in next. But this is level 2. So we're gonna do something like this. And the reason why we're arranging this way is this middle unit. His special ultimate ability is Safeguard, and it helps him build up whoever he's next to. We want him in between helping out other people. It's kind of like a support. And then these two big guys are our tanks, and these two back here are our damage dealers. So this compared to League is kind of like, this is just the macro, like the strategic part of League, without the micro, like having the last hit units and all that kind of stuff. You're still building items. You're still deciding like who goes where and how to do your engagements. It just functions a little bit differently. That makes sense? Learning the characters too, exactly. Yep. There's another heart crest. Okay. So do we go for synergies or we go for damage? Let's keep doing synergies. I like this heart build that we're doing right now. I think we're gonna put this heart on our mascot. So now we have 4 heart, which means we're gonna be building up AP a lot. And then we're gonna save both of these to try to get AP. So we want a bow for this chain, and that builds a Titan's Resolve. You can read what that does on screen. Yeah, there's way too many people to learn Bank. That's true. And then for this, we probably want a JG, which stands for Jewel Gauntlet, which means damage from an ability can critically strike. So it adds a lot of damage. Really good that we eliminated their big tank in the middle to start. So that we were able to get to the back line a little faster. I do think we still lose this, but we lose a lot less than we would have lost. Nice. Maybe we do win. We won! What a comeback! Go Renekton. Yeah, we'll go ahead and allow. Alright, so we are over 50 gold, which is what we were shooting for. We wanted an econ opening, because we don't have a super strong board right now, even though we've won our last 2. And we're sitting at 3rd place. We really want this shared draft to be a little bit lower so that we get an item that we really want. Because that's when you can pick a new character with an item. And it looks like we probably will lose this one. They did a rich get richer, like got a lot of money. And they're doing kind of a slower build, but they have 1 extra fighter than we have. We're actually doing pretty well though. We did lose our big guy, our Renekton, with all of our items. But we aren't going to take like a huge loss on this one, which is great. He has one of the same guys that we have that helps build up the other guy. Wow, we're actually going to win. Go team. Am I playing AI or a random player? I'm actually playing 7 other players. So here's the whole lobby on this right side. Here are all the people that we're playing. Okay, so we're looking for a bow or a rod. So there's a bow. And I don't see a rod. So the bow just went away. So what can we get instead? Maybe we get a tier. Or maybe we get this. Wow, everything's disappearing that we actually want. Let's get this Bramble Vest. And we'll put it on our Malphite. We just have all tank items right now. You can play on mobile as well. Yeah, that's a good shout. Okay. This. And now we can actually level up too. So we're gonna get this Jax in here. Just as another damage dealer, and it's good to like, kind of organize your units. We're gonna do a little shopping here. Good. We rolled for a Senna 2. That's exactly, or a Sauna 2. Just 1 upgrade was all we were looking for with that. that little reroll. That's okay. I'm hanging with you guys. Boom! We got another win. We have a 4-win streak right now. That's pretty cool. Do we roll or do we wait to level? I do think we want another brawler in sooner rather than later. So I think we wait to level, and we're still on a win streak. And we're second place. So do we keep this win streak? They're a lot stronger than us. So if we match up against them, we lose. Same until I installed the ChessCom app. Now I don't sleep anymore. I just lose in Blitz. I love it. Jack's attack. I try to keep everything off my mobile device too. Otherwise, my productivity will go way down. Boom, another victory. We keep the wing streak alive. There's Sauna, okay. We might be shifting gears for this to be our carry now. We'll see what items we get, but we might want to pick Samira up. So we have a tanky brawler kind of frontline, and then we have Samira doing all of our damage. We'll see what we get to go with this. Okay, we got a buy. That's helpful. We got a guard breaker. Okay. So let's go ahead and get it. What? Did I not get it? BS, I bought it. You guys saw it. It's annoying. Oh, well. Let's level up. Let's get the buy-in. And let's go shopping. I might transition to mech. There's a Samira. Okay, so I think we want to do a guard breaker. Oh no, we want to keep this for Last Whisper. We're getting really unlucky with itemization this game. We have no damage dealing ones yet, which kind of sucks. So we're just relying on our front line and keeping Heart Brawler. We lost this one pretty hard. So we're going to want to shop now. Okay, good. We needed items. Let's see. Let's get lucky. Come on. Wow, still mostly tank items. That's crazy, man. Really don't even know what to do. I think we shop. Okay, that's helpful. Maybe we stay here. Okay, we have a really strong front line. I think we just need to get our... I think we get rid of one mascot, and then we get our Samira in. And with her ace. one's gonna be close. We might win. Yeah, we just lost. We had a little less damage. It's a really close one though. All right, there's our next Lee Sin. Let's sell. Let's get this kind of stuff here. This looks pretty good. We'll get that there. We'll get that there. We'll get in. And I guess, even though Last Whisper's way better, actually I'm gonna wait till next round because we might get a bow for this shared draft. Super friendly and chill dude. Some streaming as well, and his instructional videos are top notch. Who are we talking about? Oh, Alex Banzia. Yeah. Chessable. Here for the London course. Yeah, I played with London too. And I've heard good things about him. It's a good shout. Looks like we probably get another loss here. What could be worse? All right. Fingers crossed we get this bow. Oh my gosh, it's like a Samira with a bow too. It's like our dream. There's no way we get that, right? Someone else is definitely getting this before us. It's gonna be on the other side of the map too. Come on, come on, come on. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh my god, we got it. Huge. That might be the difference between a win and a loss right there. That is so huge. Now we get the ideal item, which is Last Whisper, on our Samira. So huge. So huge. So now we're playing Brawler Heart Samira as our carry. And I think, do we Zeke's Herald? We could Zeke's Herald and put these two on either side of it. We'll decide on that after level 8. Get the execute. Come on. Oh my gosh. Close one. So now we're on a 4-loss streak. So we're just trying to build up. I've watched Legends. It was my Valorant watch, but never played. Apparently there's a big Valorant match today, right? I guess I saw Ludwig talking about it. Used to play Battlefront 1 and 2, so good at shooting. Oh, you play FPSs? That's cool. Yeah, I like first-person shooters too. My first game that I got like super into and addicted to was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. So we need 40 to levels. That's one more round. I think we actually sell here. And I think we wait for the next creep round to try to get some more itemizations. And then we roll down for Samira too. And then I think we're in pretty good shape. I think we'll lose this, which keeps our loss streak going, which just means econ. We're still pretty high on the leaderboard. Okay.
Let's dance.
Right. Let's get close to our level here. Yeah, we can level, no problem. We'll get Jackson until we roll. right, first item. What do we got? Not great. We're gonna BT.
Here comes the punchline.
Let's see. What do we really want? We really want maybe another glove, or maybe a bow. Do we want giant killer, or do we want IE? And I think we beef up. Maybe our buy. That's start rolling. See, that's something where I made like a really slow decision where really good players like already know exactly what to do and how to do it. Alright, there's our Samir too. That's great. And right at 50. Good stuff. So this should be the last one that we lose. Ideally. Let's see if we get an item with this underground. Just gold. I think we continue heist. I think we bet on the future. And I think we maybe roll for this Renekton 3. And also trade out a brawler. Keep that in mind. Renekton.
Time to start some trouble.
Let's trade out. Nope. Get it in time. Wow. Hopefully we don't lose here. This is a potential lose condition. Yeah, I think we lose this. Pretty convincingly, actually. Come on. Samira, go off. I think we're dead. Yep. Rough. Chaos on the board. Yeah, late game gets pretty hard to follow. I'll talk us through early game again, though. Let's play another one. I'm going to have to leave for dinner maybe after this one. So let's get at least one more good one together. And then while I'm at dinner, I'll probably do the drawing for the chess.com memberships. We're going to give away 2 from this episode. What's up, Jack's Attack? What's the favor, homie? Put your screensaver in Discord so I can read it in full. Oh. Yeah, let me try to figure out how to do that for you. Good quote. I guess I'll put it in art share. Upload file. Not exactly sure like where it is. It would be in pictures. I guess not. I'll probably dig back in downloads for it. Here we go. Found it. I just put it in art share in Discord. Right on time, too. It worked out. All right. We do want bow, but we'll go for sword. We get the sword. We did. Nice. Check the suggestion channel on Discord. Should be everything you need in there to get a cam working. Awesome. Thank you so much, Bank. You rock. All right, first item, let's see what it's gonna be. Cool, so we got a belt, which makes a Zeke's Herald if we build it. So if we go something like Duelist, we might actually build that, but we'll wait to see what our next item is. This is a Duelist. We did get a second Duelist. We also have a Renegade possibility. I actually don't know what we do here. We're going to put both of these in and then wait to see, because this round could be an econ round, where instead of getting an item, we just get gold or other characters, and we can make a quick decision based off of that. Let's see. Okay. Let's sell. Let's pick these up. Cool. We made the right decision. This might be an Anima Squad game then. I wish we didn't sell our Jinx, but there's no way to know that. Actually, we have 2 Camille. Wow. Pretty strong, actually. Get at least 1 Self-Healer for Camille. Yeah, let's do it.
This work isn't for animals.
Underground Soul, 1 additional Underground, gained an Ezreal and a ZZ Rot. That's pretty good. Gained Sparring Gloves. This is actually pretty good too. So we could have Underground from the beginning though. And that's pretty powerful. We do already have Renegade though. So I think we're gonna go here and go Renegade. Let's actually sell this and we'll get our Renegades in. So, and then we'll put our first Lucky Gloves on our biggest, strongest guy. And we'll save this, and maybe we'll build a Zeke's Herald, maybe we'll save it. Okay, so Renegades, what Renegades do is just build, they do a lot more damage. Bank, I'll send you a DM. I don't have a PO box set up yet, but I'll send you where I can receive mail. That's really generous. I appreciate you. Got a bunch of stuff you ended up not needing. Awesome. Yeah, super generous. I appreciate that. Wow. How is he level 6? And how did I beat him with him being level 6? That's crazy. I guess we'll see what our admin is. Every 5 seconds, 12. Okay, that's pretty good. We actually don't want to level up yet, though. What's up, Beardy Ginger? Howdy. Had a great Monday. Yeah, had a checkout show, which we got a lot of viewership on today. We had a cool guest on named Deepak. Had a ton of fun. It's a good time. We missed you. How was your Monday? What did you get into? Jack's Attack, I'm glad you liked the quote, and glad you're saving it. I'm a big quote guy. Actually, quick feedback. Would you guys like it if I started each stream with a quote of the day? I thought about doing, every time I stream, just sharing a quote, and then we could have like a little discussion on it as people join chat. Because, look, I'll show you guys. Actually, let me get through this next round, and then I'll show you guys something. part of my morning routine was going into this book, Bartlett's Book of Quotations, and just like opening to a random page and picking a random quote and reading it, and if it sparked something in me, I would go into this journal and I would write down like whatever my reflection on that quote was. So I already have a bunch that I could share, and I think that could be pretty cool. It's a cool way to start a stream. If you guys like that idea. You like that idea? Cool. Good stuff. Slow work day, but glad to be home. Thanks, bud. Yeah. What do you do for work? And I'm glad you're home too. You can let loose a little bit. Maybe game with us, or just kick back, relax, join the chat. Okay, we want another glove. There's only one glove available, and we're top of the list, which means we go last. So, not likely that we get it. It looks like this guy's going for it. Yep. Okay. What do we want instead? So that would have been good. Let's get a Sunfire Cape for anti-healing. Okay. What's next? What do we go for? Retail store manager for a store that's closing down. Looking for new jobs on my downtime. Wow, when are they closing down? Sorry to hear that. But hopefully you find another retail spot to manage, to do your manager thing at. Always wanted a daily calendar, but never got one. I think just having like a reminder to read a quote is a good thing. And I've kind of fallen out of practice of it, but having this with streams would make me start doing it again. So I think I'll start doing it. I think it'd be fun. All right. Wow, we're on quite the win streak right now. I wish we could sell one to get a level up, but we need this guy and this guy. I think we're gonna pick up this Alistair for our next level. Let's go to this level. Oh no, I didn't get the level. Oh my gosh, that was such a waste. Hopefully we can get out of retail. Store should be closed down in a month or so. Appreciate your good vibes. Dude, of course. Always. That's what we're here for. Generosity. Good vibes. Kindness, compassion. Good ways to live life. I don't know if we win this. I don't think we do. Yeah, we're gonna get the last, oh wait, no way. Come back? Oh my gosh, to keep the win streak alive. That was crazy. Go team. Alright, there's our level up. Let's switch those two. This will do something like this. All right, we're about to get another one of these guys. They're called augments. And a lot of our success in this game will hinge on what kind of augment we get.
The time of man has come to an end.
I think we're gonna get a hex tech. Do we want anything else? I don't think we get anything there. Let's do something like this. So now these guys aren't going to be targeted at first, and they're going to kind of fan out. And these guys are going to be taking the bulk of the damage, kind of like our tanks. Pretty good enough. Our first loss, team. It's okay. We're going to come back from it. Just like Jake Paul. We're going to learn and come back. So we're going to want to sell this.
I got this.
And we're going to want to get lucky gloves on someone else. And then we have Titan's Resolve. We already have our Viego items. And we'll probably put our Viego items on... We're going to want to keep Talon. Maybe we put our Viego items on someone like this. So we level up like next round or so. And then get this guy in. So game plan, level up next round, get Zed in, and then start hunting for Viego, and there's going to be a Viego game. Good win.
Metal is harder than flesh.
Cool. Good levels up. We're set up for the mid game now. And then we'll use the mid game to set up for the late game, just like chess. I wonder how many courts I have in here. Okay, here's what this says. This journal is dedicated to devotion. Every day before I indulge, I will write down a quote, story, or passage or idea to further my spiritual journey and understanding of the unknown. Someday I will share this wisdom with others to benefit from, like it has benefited me. This is my goal and my dedication for this devotion journal. Wow! All right, it's coming full circle. I'm gonna start sharing it. That does it. Perfect. I think we're gonna try to pick up this glove again so we can get another lucky glove. We have great items so far. Jack's Attack. Purity Ginger. Thanks, guys. Do we wait or do we roll? You all heard it, so do it. Oh yeah. Seems like the right time to do it. I completely forgot I added like a dedication like that. But even that dedication kind of tells me that I need to do it. Get a W. Good job, team. We're back on a win streak. Get another Zed. I don't know if we actually want that though. I think we're just rolling for level 7. Oh, 32. Do we go ahead and do that now? Not quite. I think we wait one more round. Poggies. No idea what I'm looking at, but a win is a win. A win is good. This is an auto chess called Teamfight Tactics. It's very fun. My little army here is going to battle. We're playing in a lobby of 7 other people. Here are those 7 people. We could be doing a better job of scouting them, but I'd rather talk to you guys. And looks like we got another win. Not bad. Yawning banned. It's nearly midnight here. Oh, I can't inflict a yawn upon you. All right. Now we can level. And then we can roll.
Time to start some trouble.
Wow, only 1 item? Is that for real? Go ahead and get this Aegis in, make us a little tankier. Where's our Viego?
This is no challenge.
Let's make this fun.
Let's pause there probably. So that was me running through there and trying to find upgrades. Which I found one upgrade for my front line was an Alistair guy. I lost to this guy last time, I remember. Let's see if we get him this time. We really need Viego. But it looks like we're gonna get another loss. I have yawned a couple times. So that's a 3-3-3. Are all these gonna be 3? Oh man, they're all 3. We kind of got screwed. It's really not bad. 15 mana per second. This is pretty rough, guys. I think we probably just want to go 35. Do you have 2 of those guys? Wow. Oh my gosh. That Fiddlesticks almost came back and won. Yes, one of their names is Fiddlesticks. Man, I really don't know what to do.
no challenge.
I think we just need to send it for Viego again. There he is. Oh my goodness, finally. Yeah, I think we won exactly what we had. Maybe even Quicksilver. What else would be good? JG would be good. Let's hold off on that, actually. And then we're gonna get Echo out for our Cho'Gath. Yeah, I think we're in good shape. Not the best shape. But I guess we're still in first. Could be doing worse. Got another win. We take those. Okay, we want that sparring glove. We actually have a pretty good chance of getting it because it's a low-cost champion. So unless someone is specifically going for sparring glove, it's pretty unlikely that someone just randomly picks it. Because they're gonna pick like a, you know, like a purple or a yellow instead. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh my god, we got it. Yes. Huge. That means we get another Thief's Glove, which one of our augment boosts what our Thief's Glove does. The only thing I might switch out is getting like a backline instead of this this guy. Let's do something like this though. That was a lucky little roll. Probably want one more Ox Force, maybe Aphelios as a backline. Could also do something like Fiora. Bummer. That was a really close loss.
They won't survive.
So now maybe we get rid of someone like our Silas, because we already have 4 Renegade, for someone that's like backline. But I think we want to level up first. We need 48 to level. Technically 46, but you need to do 48. So next round we should be able to get it actually. 11, yeah. Let's go a little bit below. Alright, yeah. Alright, we're going against someone else who's Ox Force. They have Preparation 3, that's a bummer. He already has his second Viego too. We need to level up now. Otherwise, we're going to miss out on getting our Viego too.
That's
And I think we get someone in there like a LeBlanc or a Soraka. We're looking for LeBlanc, Soraka, we're looking for Aphelios, and then a level 2.
I never compromise.
For Aphelios. I think we IE him. I think we trade you out for you. And we forgot the level. Whoops. They're pretty good at itemization. Aphelios did the most damage. That's crazy. Alright, and we just got another dude. Let's do something like that, and let's roll. Go Shiraka. Which means I think we sell this. No, not yet.
Isn't for animals. Ain't no surrender.
Gotta have 2 more Sirakas. Yeah, get them. Not quite. Hi! Can't chat much, but we'll still be here. Ludwig hates this game. Well, if I ever play bro versus bro with Ludwig, then I know what to pick. Peak Bug! Yo! Gifted a sub to Joe Smells. I'd love to see it. Continuing the generosity. Actually starting the next week out strong. Joe, Peak Monk, I owe you another repetition of whatchamacallit. Oh, there's my second video. Of the Hall of Fame. Coming in with a bang. Howdy, everyone. He gifts a sub before he says hello. Thanks for generosity, Peak Monk. We're playing a little TFT after our checkout show. Awesomeness. We had a really fun episode today. Wow, we died pretty quick on that one. Ouch! That one hurt. We need some levels up. We need a Viego 2, Cho'Gath 2. And then maybe Aphelios 2, too. We're going to be rolling. Maybe a tank item? Or maybe this Mana Reeve? We get this. Let me put it here. Maybe we keep that for now. Okay, let's roll. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get an upgrade. Could have used that Camille. It's okay. Keep it rolling. Oh my gosh, dude. Come on. Throw me a bone. Nothing? There's Cho'Gath. Alright, I guess we'll pause there. Could really use one of these two. Those are our power spikes. Wow, we got spanked. Alright, we gotta roll again. Let's actually see what we get for it. 12 ability power. Okay. I don't think we can switch those out right now, though. There are only 2 flanks. don't know what we would take out. We can't level up. Kind of rough. But clearly we need health. Am I dead? Oh my god, 2 health. Okay, we gotta go. We gotta roll all the way down.
Go big or go home.
I mean, do I switch out? No, I don't. We really need one of these two. It's so bad. Actually, don't even think about this. Give me something good. All right, let's get you in there, and let's roll. Come on, we need it. We lose if we don't get it. No way. No way. Oh my gosh, so much rolling for nothing. Let's do guard breaker. Are we dead? We're just dead. Alright, we got top 3. That's not bad. We still get points. Okay, now we can focus. Peak Monk, welcome. Glad you're here. We had a new idea in chat that I want to run by you since you're here a lot and you're such a big part of our community, bringing new people into it, all that kind of stuff. I have had this book of quotations for years. I got it for Christmas probably like 5 or 6 years ago. And I love it. It has so many quotes from so many cool people. And I used to have a part of my morning routine that was going through this book, opening it up to like a random page, and reading a quote. And if it sparked something in me, some sort of like reflection or devotion or something, then I would write it down in this journal. So just little quick thoughts, and so I have a bunch of them. You know, like there's already a lot. And my dedication in this journal is dedicated to devotion. Every day before I indulge, I will write a quote, story, passage, or idea to further my spiritual journey and understanding of the unknown. Someday, I will share this wisdom with others to benefit from, like it has benefited me. This is my goal and my dedication for this devotional journal. So now, I'm like, okay, I came across this. I was like tidying up my office a little bit. I was like, why did I ever stop doing that? Like, I really love that part of my day. And it seems like that dedication is kind of coming full circle because now I can share it with people that tune in and hang out and whatever. So, what do you think? Would you like that? Could be fun. That's all I'm saying. All right, we're going to get one more game before I go to dinner because the last time I ate was lunch, and it's past 7 here. I'm getting kind of hungry. Peak Monk likes it. He's down. Cool. So I'm going to tell you guys first, and then I'm going to put it in the Discord. But moving forward, the first segment of each stream is going to be a quote of the day, with the exception of Checkout Show, because we just have like a set agenda of how we start that stream. But other regular streams, I'm going to have a quote of the day. And maybe a little like personal reflection and maybe a little discussion as people join chat. Could be a good way to start things off. And then I'll probably change like exclamation point quote to be the quote of the day every day. So we'll have something to come back to. All right, here we go. We're getting into another game. Vank86. Thank you again for this breakdown of how to make this work. You might want to try this as well. In the camera's on-screen menus, go to setup, then find the auto power off temp menu. Set this option to be high. Yeah, I did that. Actually, you sent me a version of that before Jack's Attacks. That's how I found that setting, is the breakdown that you DM me. Thank you for that. All right, here we go. Looks like we're playing all platinum except for this one gold player. Cool. I'm going to refill water real quick while this loads. All right, here we go. Also, it's been a little over an hour with this new camera on. I think the quality looks pretty good, and no issues yet. Fingers crossed, knock on wood, all the things. But hopefully we fixed something related to this. Also, I think I like this up here more. And maybe we make it a little shorter like this, and a little bigger. Yeah. Something like that. Now it looks like I'm actually looking at the game. Oh, we're gonna get this bow. Boom, got the bow. And maybe we throw chat down here. Maybe? I don't know. Does that work? Oh no, that doesn't work. It's like a menu down there. Keep it down in this corner.
Kneel before the light.
Alright, we just got some money and a champion duplicator. That's pretty good. We want to save that for later, though, for like an essential part of our comp. So we can get 2 defenders. And then let's see what else we want to get. Ooh, we can get pretty close to supers.
I'll see this through.
Smash.
These are the 2 harder ones to get for supers. The last one is Gangplank, and he's pretty easy to get. So I actually like this start a lot. I think we probably get the Yummy. I think we probably get rid of the Kale now. And put... There's our Green Plank, there's our level. So we have supers with a pretty ideal DPS in the back. I think we actually go ahead and Giant Slayer this. Maybe? Or Titan's Resolve. And then we can AE or IE later. Let's do that. Good start, guys. We got a pretty good start. Wow, can't believe we lost that. I thought we had a super strong start. All right, now we just need to build econ. So actually, do we sell these yet? 3, guess this is 7. No, we don't need to sell it yet. Early loss is not a bad thing. We kind of want to lose again though, since we lost early first though. Who do we play? This is Shrek. No streaming. Duelist makes sense. Duelist is really strong early. They have a level 2. They have 2 level 2s. I think we probably lose this one too. Which means we get a loss streak. Wow. Are we gonna win it? I guess we win it. We take those. Have to go. Bye. Have a great stream. Thanks. You caught the tail end of it. I think this is my last game. But thanks for stopping in. It's good to see you. I'm tempted to pick up the server.
It's just business.
So now we have another backline. Yeah, Joe Smells. Send a little gratitude Pink Monk's way. Gifting you a sub. Oh, we already did. But still. Very nice Pink Monk. We love Joe Smells' enthusiasm with the caps lock. Wow, he has a lot of backline damage. Peak Monk has gifted 65 subs to our community. That might be the most. He might have passed Buzz Buzzard by now. I need to double check on that. It's actually a really good pickup because we already have a Yummy and we wanted to put this Infinity Edge on her anyway. So we just need to find a third one for them to combine. Cool beams. I don't think we can actually roll for a Yummy though, because I think it kind of tanks our econ. But we'll naturally get it in 2 rounds. Gave out 4 community subs. Let's go, Peak Monk. Who's joining the community? We got Haldor. I recognize that name. J Million 82, Michael 69 420 69 69, and Popcorn SC. Popcorn was in chat earlier. Y'all send a little gratitude to Matt Cat Hearts Peak Monk's way. That's awesome. Thank you so much for the generosity, Monk, too. Always killing it. Living that monk life. So dope. Makes me feel better about that brutal loss we just suffered, too. So badass. Had to hit 69. Okay, I see you, Peak Monk. There's really the monk life there. I'm actually tempted to use this champion duplicator here, but I think we'll save it. So funny, dude. Had to hit 69 subs. What a legend. I don't know if any of these people that were gifted are active in chat right now. That's kind of a bummer. I know Popcorn was here because Popcorn was talking a lot in during the checkout show. We really need a win this time so we can get this to 20. I don't think we're gonna get it though. It's a bummer. Ouch! I put that in as my prediction this week. Last LMAO. Oh, for the fantasy chess. Is that what you're talking about, Jack's Attack? Alright. Now, hopefully, we have more of a backline that can help support our supers. This is kind of a rough start, though. We don't have any level 2 supers, or we can test it. You aren't even contest it with supers, man. What the heck? Not a bad item, but not a great one either. Okay, that's way better. Oh my gosh, dude. Is this a joke? I think we need a roll. Gangplank.
Take my time with them.
Kaisa's tempting. Dude, what is happening? Nothing? Alright. Man, I think we just keep this loss streak going. See what we get for our augment. Jack's Attack, thanks for filling out the fantasy. I hope you do well. You already won a chess.com diamond membership. Alright, there have been word losses. At least we took out 2 of their guys. We are in dead last, team. This is not looking good. We need a power spike. We need some money. What's up, Toxic? How you doing, dude? Thanks a lot for your the help of the quick edit for the Jake Paul thing. By the way, guys, if you haven't watched the coverage on the Jake Paul fight, go check it out on YouTube. I just put it up late last night after co-watching the stream. Man, also not great. I think we roll. I mean, that helps some of our problems. I guess we do this. Bang! Toxic gets a sub. Peak Monk, you ruined the 69 subs. For good reason, though. Appreciate you. Pog indeed. Toxic, welcome officially as a sub to the channel. All good things come to an end eventually. That's true. Very monk, very zen of you to say, Peak Monk. That is Peak Monk. Oh my god, we got wrecked again. Dude, how are we getting so stomped this game? This is brutal. I don't know if we can come back from this. Big yikes. I don't know if I want to end stream on such a brutal loss. Maybe we turn it around, though. We just need a big roll down here. We're naturaling nothing. I've not seen this unlucky of a game in a long time. Crazy, actually. Jack's attack. Thanks for the support, dude. Appreciate you. Okay. I mean, I'm really tempted to, like, duplicate that, but... I don't know. It's just not working. So far, so rough. They already have a Samira? I mean, dude, we're just getting so wrecked. Are we gonna win this one? Is it not actually over? Oh no. Oh my god. We turned it around, team. I think it was Jack's attacks, positivity and support that made it happen. Alright, we're still last place. What do we want? We probably want a tank item, like a cloak. Oh no, we want an AE. I mean, what's it called? We want an Ionic Spark. Heck yeah, that's right. We got that dub, finally. Let's see if we get a win streak going. My little minions. We can turn it around. This is the one. Woo! Okay. 50 even. Ugh. All right. We are in 3-5 at 50, level 5. We haven't lost this yet, but we did lose our main damage dealer. We could win? I think we win. All right, win streak of 2. That's what I'm talking about. Showing signs of life. We need a natural another upgrade. Now you win with pizza. Yeah, server is a beast. She sends her ult is literally called pizza delivery. 1, 2, 3. So we can level up. I guess we just throw you in until we can level them up together. Let's do something like that. Victory delivered in 30 minutes or less, or it's free. I hope we get a free win. That'd be nice for my my ELO points in TFT. I think we win again. Maybe? Uh-oh. No, never mind. Well, the win streak ends there, ladies and gents. At least we didn't lose that many health points. Only 8. We're still at the bottom of the list right now. We just need a yummy level up, man. That's all we're missing. I don't know how this works. GG, wait, I don't know. TFT is kind of like chess, but just more dynamic. It's called an auto chess. Yeah, these different pieces have different synergies with other pieces, so all these characters can like work really well together or not. Okay, so I think we do this like that, probably. And we gotta roll. Oh my god, thank god, finally.
You're in bite range.
Yes, and yes. Now we're getting everything we need. There's Lisa. Oh my gosh, that was huge for us. We just hit so many things that we needed. Red health bar goes down, I cheer. Exactly. Oh my god! Are we gonna get a dub? Did we get a dub? Look how big our yummy is now. Victory! Oh my gosh, level 5s? What do we want? Do we want a mascot? No. Maybe, actually. Do we want heart? Team gains 20 ability power. I think we want to do this. And I think we put him here. And I think we keep just rolling, man. We roll like fiends.
It's just business.
I'll see this through.
All right, let's organize our bench a little bit. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay. We lost, but it wasn't terrible. We need to hit some stuff. Like Lisa. Sauna would be good to get in. Do we switch it up? I think we do, actually. Alright, maybe one more round, and we get a tier 3 champion. Maybe we go for a level up and get a second. Oh my gosh, dude. Sheesh, Pog. Yep. I think we actually need to level up. Give the Titans to Arnuno. Gaming! We aren't dead yet. I mean, we're dead last, but we aren't dead yet. All right, let's roll. Oh man, it could happen. Huge. Huge. Oh my gosh, this is massive. Okay. Is this gonna happen too? No. All right, now I think we need to build econ back up. This is looking really good. Really good. It's working, guys. We're not dead yet. We're not dead yet. I think we just need money. Do we go for Gangplank? I think we just need money. I think we just try to get to Aurelian Doom. And try to survive. We need a Sauna 2 for sure. This is like almost a waste of a unit to have in right now. Oh my gosh, our Yummy is just like deleting people. Watch this ult. Boom, see you later. 1800 damage. Wow. Big wow. And we're level 6, they're level 8. We're still winning. Not bad. Alright, so I think after this, we're gonna be able to level. And then we'll get... I actually don't know what we'll get in. So what would be good? Another heart. Maybe like a Soraka. Maybe something else frontline. We have pretty good damage with our Yummy. Wow, we just got a lot of money. That was pretty good. That helps build our front line. Helps keeps our Nunu alive. Let's level. Let's get him in as just in case. Sauna, good. And there we go. So as long as we live through this one, which I think we will, and ideally we win, then we get a level 2 Sauna, which is huge. Helps our front line. Yeah, we win. Alright, we're on a 3-win streak. We have a little bit of cash to spend, and we're not dead yet. We need to get really lucky on a legendary Nunu, which is really unlikely to happen. But oh my god, there was a legendary. I thought that was it. Let's roll for it though. Let's see if we get it. If we just get one, we're in good shape. Damn. Well, there goes all of our money. I think we win. Yo, we're on a streak, team. We're on a streak. That's 4 down. If we top 4, I'll be ecstatic. And I'll celebrate with getting a burger. Gangplank. Oh my gosh. Are we gonna nat a Gangplank? Nope. Should we Gangplank a Gangplank? No, we don't have anything. I guess we just throw a Jinx in. It's the only thing we can throw in. Let's do it. We need to sub this out for another item. Or another unit. Oh, we have 30 bonus damage. Oh no. Oh no. Our main damage dealer is down because of the hacker. We're gonna have to switch him up in the future. Oh my gosh. Savage! This guy's a savage! Oh, we still win. We still win! Beast mode. I'll celebrate by going to bed and hope I sleep. You can do it, Jack Stack. You get some good sleep. I believe in you. Chalice of Power. And we probably Stone Plate. Give me that Stone Plate. Hell yeah. What? Aw, man. I don't even know what I put that on now. That's so dumb. Do something like Viego. I think we said Galani, actually. This is interesting. That's a really interesting addition. Yeah. That's a really good addition. We get a brawler bonus. And this random item that we accidentally got actually benefits us a lot with this ult. It's anti-healing. So as soon as this casts, now everything has anti-healing. Yeah, I think we probably win this one too. 5-fight win streak. Oh my gosh! As soon as I say that, I got cocky. They had one epic ult that won it for him. No! Yeah. But we are still top 4. We have 2 people pretty close to losing. Let's see how strong they are. Actually pretty strong. Actually pretty strong. Okay, this is going to be close. The way it works in TFT, if you place top 4, your score goes up. If you place bottom 4, your score goes down. So people in TFT consider a top 4 as a victory because it's really hard to actually win a game. It happens very rarely to come in first. I think we probably win this one. Never mind. Still alive, though. Did anyone lose? Good. All right. We only have to beat out one guy. That guy did not lose. Okay. I think we want an item. We either want to upgrade our Sejuani, so we want money, or we want a really good item for Nunu. Something like one of these, Ionic Spark, something like a tank item. So he stays alive longer and does his gets his Titan's Resolve and everything else. Tank item? Do we just do another Ionic Spark? Or do we slap a redemption on our Lee Sin? That might be the move. Okay, let's see how it goes. This one's the make or break one. And if we win this, we can actually level to 8. I don't know if that's actually useful or not. No! You should have ulted! Oh, we lose. We're out. Ah, the other guy won. Oh, we were up against that guy? Oh no, we were up against the second place guy. Okay, we turned around. That should have been an 8th place. We turned it into a 5th place. I'm happy with that. That could have been a lot worse. So, cool, guys. Well, that'll do it. Yeah, good run. Could have been better. Could have been worse. I'm glad you guys like the idea for the quote to start the stream. I'll start that with the next stream, which might be tomorrow if I get the chess.com embed. I actually don't know how to check if the embed is happening or not. But if it does, I think I request it like 10:30 a.m. So I might be doing chess at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. I might not. I am leading a Fight and Flow certification tomorrow in person in Atlanta, so that'll be in the afternoon, so I'll have to leave for that. So it'll probably be like a 2 to 3 hour stream. And then, yeah. That's about it. We should raid someone, for sure. Who should we raid, though? We could raid Botes. We could raid Point Crow. Let's see. Let's see who else is live. Alfie, Mammal, Box. Is it Andrea? Who is it? Is it Andrea or is it Alex? Because I was just talking to Andrea last night. It might be fun to raid her. Even though, 7,000 viewers, they don't need me. But it is Andrea. Is she playing? Oh no, she's doing like. Yeah, let's raid Botes live. And go say hi to her. Alright guys. Load up in the raid. Have so much fun. Tell Andrea I say hi. Thanks so much for hanging out for the stream, for hanging out with Checkout Show, for being so positive and supportive, and all the things. I really appreciate you. And let's raid up. Here we go. Go. Go get them. Go team, go.